Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, so we're going to try to get back into this JD Vance media run because, well, you know, last night's live was a bit diverted, but hey, right back on track. All right, guys, remember to double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get right into it.
Mr. Vice President, it's great to see you here.
Good to see you, man.
Mid-City Steel, La Crosse, Wisconsin, the middle of America, to celebrate the big, beautiful bill.
Of course. Yeah, we're thrilled to be here. And this is one of these businesses, a steel manufacturer, employs a lot of good people, uses a lot of technology. So people, I think, sometimes assume that manufacturing is sort of old, dirty, doesn't use technology. This is a good business. It's an example of leaning into American investment, American innovation. Obviously, the people here have great jobs. And, you know my story, Will, but I grew up in a town where we were shedding manufacturing jobs because politicians had made stupid decisions. We're now adding manufacturing jobs and adding productivity in this economy thanks to the things that the president and the Republican Congress have done. So we're here to talk about it, here to talk about the benefits of the working families tax cuts and obviously fire people up a little bit. And just, it's good. It's good to get out of Washington. I'm glad to be here.
Glad to have you in Middle America. You bring up Middletown, Ohio. It's a lot like La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's not unlike my hometown of Sherman, Texas, all about 40 to 50,000 people, manufacturing towns. And there's a lot of excitement today, but it hasn't always been that way, to your point. Whether or not it's been job loss, an opioid crisis, a cultural malaise, and a sense of loss of purpose, I believe, is deeply rooted in what's happened to Middle America. What do you think that's done to America?
Well, I think it was very bad for our country. And all these problems are very connected, right? You take a dad who's got a good middle-class manufacturing job, is able to support, a family, a couple of kids, and then that job disappears. Well, now the family is feeling financial stress that it wasn't 10 years ago, it wasn't 20 years ago. So sometimes families dissolve in the wake of that. That stress affects the kids. Some of those people turn to...
the father lose their job. They go through hard financial time. The father starts doing drugs. The kids start going out there and doing crime, and the mother starts selling herself. It's crazy, but it happens. Okay, maybe not like that exactly, but y'all get my point.
Drugs and all this stuff is very connected. And if you look at what the president is trying to do, it's also all connected. And I think that it's why it's leading to this very early days of an American Renaissance, because you bring jobs back, you give people hope, optimism, you give them a little extra money to spend in their pocket. Maybe some of those people go and start a business, but then simultaneously we're focused on the southern border because we don't want this poison to come into these communities and destroy people from fentanyl and other related problems. So I kind of think in the same way that America's decline was a problem of interconnected issues, I think this American Renaissance led by the president is also interconnected, and we're trying to work on all these different problems, because if we solve all these problems, it leads to a virtuous cycle.
Well, the big, beautiful bill is big. It is interconnected as well.
It is.
What would you say to the people that are sitting right on the other side of this curtain? By the way, there's a beautiful bridge being built right on the other side of this curtain.
Yep.
But what would you say to them about the big, beautiful bill and how it begins to address the depth of what you just laid out, those problems?
Well, I'd say, look, it's all connected. We're going to talk to, obviously, in a little bit to the crowd that's assembled. And we're going to say a few things. Number one is you've got the biggest amount of money for border enforcement that we've seen in our country's history. Those criminal cartels that are bringing the fentanyl into places like Wisconsin that are killing people by the bushel, we are now going to war against those cartels in a way that we've never done before because of that big, beautiful bill. We've also got incredible working families tax cuts to reinvigorate the economy here in Wisconsin. So you've got the child tax credit going up. You've got no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. 27% of Wisconsin workers worked an overtime shift in the last year. 5% of Wisconsin workers rely on tips, either in part or entirely. So this is going to mean a lot more money in people's pockets. And of course, if they got more money in their pocket, they can spend it on American-made products. And that's the final point: is the President of the United States, this is not the main part of the working families tax cuts. We're going to make it easier to save and invest in the United States of America. The tariffs, of course, are separate, but it's all connected. Because if we make it easier to build things in the United States of America, we're also making it harder to build things overseas. This generation of failed American economic policy, where we rewarded companies for putting factories in Mexico or in China or somewhere else. No, we got to reward people for putting factories right here in middle America, right here in Wisconsin, employing good American workers to make great American products. That's the whole purpose of President Trump's.
And the crazy thing is, like, they kind of hid the effects of it. It's like, yeah, we're going to take all these factories out these small American cities, leave them damn near destitute with no other options. But hey, though, you guys are going to get cheaper. You guys are going to get cheaper products, though. So, that's one good thing.
Economic agenda. And again, it's already bearing real fruit, but it's going to, I think, lead to a great American Renaissance over the next 3 years.
I saw this morning that in 74 out of 100 metro areas in the United States, half of all starter homes are unaffordable for the average American worker. You're the first millennial vice president. You have personal experience with people of this generation not being able to make that leap, that first economic leap into adulthood. Home ownership. Is the system rigged?
Oh, the system is absolutely rigged. I mean, look, you go back to the 4 years of the Biden administration, from 2021 until 2025, when we took over, the average price of a new home doubled. That's 100% increase in 4 years. That priced millions upon millions of young Americans out of the housing market. Now, there's a little bit of good news here, because even though we've only been in power for about 7 months, that you've already seen home prices flatten off a little bit. They've gone up, depending on what metric you believe, about 1%, maybe less than 1%. That's a big, big improvement, but there's so much more that we got to do. And this is why the President of the United States goes after Jerome Powell for being too late, because, of course, the housing crisis in this country is really two things. Number one, that the prices are too high. We've made some progress on that. In some ways, more importantly, the interest rates are too high. So even if you can afford the top line dollar value of a home, if the interest rates are way too high because the Federal Reserve isn't doing its job, that also makes the American dream of home ownership unaffordable. So we're really working on both of those things. We had a lower interest.
Yeah, which is very true, because Powell didn't even cut the rate for, during the Biden administration until the end of it. And I mean, they could have used a rate cut during the summer, during the beginning of the year in 2024, but they didn't do it. They waited literally to the last second. And I believe, what was it, December, November to cut the rate? No, it was in October. October is when they cut the rate.
Interest rates, we had a lower housing prices. We've made, again, progress, but it's early, and we realize there's a lot more work to do.
Absolutely, the system is rigged. You've been a longtime critic of the system, but now you're the vice president of the United States, and one could argue you are the system. So how do you fix a rigged system?
Well, we inherited a rigged system, but I think that in 7 months, we've already made a lot of progress to fix this. If you go back to, again, 100% housing price increase in 4 years under Joe Biden, we've already seen that level off under Donald Trump. Now, it's to fix the rigged system. You ask that question, you got to understand the root causes here. Why did housing get so unaffordable for American citizens? Two big problems. Number one, I already talked about, interest rates were too high. Number two, you had way too many people in this country who were competing against American citizens for scarce homes. And that's the illegal immigration problem. Why has housing leveled off over the past 6 months? I really believe the main driver is you've had negative net migration into the United States for the first time in 60 years in this country. You cannot flood the United States of America with 20, 30, 40 million people who have no legal right to be here.
I mean, they need shelter. And I mean, demand for housing goes up because of demand for people. I mean, because there's now more people. So the more people there are, the more demand for shelter is, which means you can raise rent and home prices.
Have them compete.
Appreciate that, Biden. That was real smart of you. Real economically smart.
Compete against young American families for homes and not expect the price to skyrocket. It's as simple as supply and demand. You increase the demand, you're going to increase the price. And the final thing I want to say here is we're working on issues right now in the White House every single day because we want to make it easier to build homes too. Because in the same way that getting illegal aliens out of this country means fewer people competing against young American families, we also want to increase the housing stock in this country by making it easier to build. So we're working on all this stuff, but man, we got to be honest. The system was rigged against Americans, especially young Americans, for a very long time. We're making progress to unrig it, but it's going to take some time.
You brought up tariffs. You brought up bringing manufacturing back home. I had the opportunity to have dinner a week or two ago in Texas with several big corporate CEOs across the country. And I did hear concern about tariffs.
Sure.
I heard concern not from people who necessarily vote Democrat, but people that are involved in the economy. Their concern was uncertainty, and their concern was that we might see inflation in the fourth quarter of 2025 or the first quarter of 2026. What would you say to those CEOs?
Well, let me say a couple of things. So first of all, I understand the point about uncertainty. I mean, the president's been very clear here. The countries have a tariff rate. If they open up their market, that tariff rate might go lower. But people at this point, I don't think that there's uncertainty about this. The president has delivered very clear guidance to the market about what tariff rate each particular country is going to pay. Obviously, in threatening higher tariff rates, he was able to get some markets opened up for our country. But I think at this point, it's pretty clear which countries are going to be paying which tariffs. And again, on this concern about inflation, I've heard people say many years now that Donald Trump's tariffs are going to cause inflation. They didn't cause inflation during the Trump administration.
Nope.
We keep on defying economists' expectations. They keep on saying inflation is going to be 3, 4, 5%. It ends up being 2%, which is exactly where you want it. So we're very sensitive to this. We're obviously
They keep saying that, oh, the customers pay the tariffs and all that good stuff. But if you look at you can look at examples like, Brazil, who gives subsidies to their companies to eat the tariffs. And then you can look at examples like car companies like Ford or GM, who's eating the tariffs. So then you can look at examples like the steel company who are cutting their prices to try to still sell into the economy.
monitoring this.
I mean, that's the whole reason why Trump even raised the steel and aluminum tariff, because China was still cutting their prices 50%.
Stuff. But I think the evidence is that what these tariffs have done is caused a lot of capital to flow into our country, a lot of new facilities being built in our country, and we don't see the evidence yet. And I've been skeptical from the very beginning that President Trump's tariffs are going to cause prices to rise. What they're going to do is cause people to come back into our country. And the final point on this, Will, is the president said this better than anybody. You know what your tariff rate is if you build in the United States of America? It is 0. You don't pay a tariff if you build in the United States. So why not employ American workers? Build your products closer to the people who are going to be consuming those things. That's the whole point of President Trump's economic vision, is more for America, more in America, more by American workers. And if we do that and pursue that policy, it's going to make everybody better off.
It's very fair and very accurate. The doomsday predictions have been consistent and consistently wrong.
Yes.
Will they remain wrong? Time will tell, perhaps later into the.
Oh, God, let's remember to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And he is right. I mean, the doomsday scenario of what? Prices are going to skyrocket. We're going to have crazy inflation. And they said this was going to be by the 4th of July. And that was completely wrong. and now they're telling us to pretty much wait some more. So pretty much just moving the goalposts. And I'm just wondering here, like, why are y'all just betting on America failing? Like, y'all wrong the first time, and I thought y'all'd be happy. Y'all upset about it. Now you're asking us to just wait on it.
This year. Let's return to culture for just one moment. Sure. You spent a lot of time talking about Europe, the migration crisis of Germany, of England. You've talked about free speech. Why is it so important for you to focus on Europe?
Well, I think in some ways the problems of Europe mirror the problems of America. And anything that I've said about Europe, I've said 10 times and is even as true or more true in the United States of America. We, of course, had a wide open southern border under Joe Biden. I think the Europeans have got to learn the hard lessons. What happens is you get higher crime, you get less cultural cohesion, you get more just problems that come from importing millions and millions of low-wage foreigners into your country. The Europeans have got to learn that lesson in the same way that I think the United States had to learn that lesson. You've seen in the same way that the Biden administration went after social media companies to censor their fellow citizens, you've seen the very same thing happen in Europe, where rather than debate ideas, you have certain European leaders who would rather censor their fellow citizens. So I think fundamentally there's so much cultural similarity between us and Europe. Obviously, the United States was born out of a European country, the United Kingdom. I think it's important to recognize those cultural similarities. And importantly, what's happening in Europe does affect the United States and vice versa. And so I think it's important for us to step back and say, look, the West, right? That's Europe and America together. We got too comfortable with open borders. We got too comfortable with censorship. And I think the president has shown that if you go in the other direction, if you close down your borders and actually give free speech to your people, you can really energize the culture in these countries.
Europe is the bedrock of Western civilization. Right. It's the foundation of Western civilization. And that seems to be not just question.
I don't know. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. It's all about like selling out to immigrants. I mean, let's see here. Instead of creating a better economy so people can have more kids, no, F American family. Let's just invite in more illegals. Let's invite in more immigrants. F the American people. Or, you know what? Instead of making sure our scholars have somewhere to go when they get out of college, let's just invite in a whole bunch of H-1B visas and let's call American people lazy. It's like, y'all just throw us under the bus every trip.
But under threat. Have you seen the story out of England where the English flag has simultaneously become controversial and patriotic? Some in that country see it as a sign of protest, others see it as a sign of patriotism. And it's a little reflected at what's happening here in America.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, again, so much of what happens in Europe happens in America and vice versa. You know, sometimes we're on the leading edge of a trend, sometimes they're on the leading edge of a trend. But I remember back in the crazy BLM summer of 2020, I had a buddy of mine say, you know, I was going to put the American flag out today, but I'm worried that some BLM person is going to ransack my house or you know, come and vandalize it in some way because they see the American flag somehow as this controversial symbol. It's not a controversial symbol. Nothing should be less controversial than the American flag. It's the one thing that whether you're a Democrat or Republican should unite us all together. We should all love our country, be proud of our country. So again, some of these trends where you have Americans worried about flying the American flag because they think their house is going to get vandalized. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, you see the same things happening in Europe. And I think we just have to be on guard against this stuff. It's okay to be proud of your country. It's in fact a good thing to be proud of your country. And we should push back against the crazies who say we should be so ashamed of our culture and of our heritage that we shouldn't be willing to fly a flag. It's craziness. We got to call that craziness out. I'd encourage our European friends to follow suit.
You brought up how interconnected every single one of these problems are, from culture to the economy. But if I could say to you, you could snap your fingers, politics be damned, and you could fix one problem at the root of all of this in America.
Oh, man.
You forwarded mass migration, you forwarded immigration, you talk about the family unit, but what would be the root unit you would snap your fingers and fix?
It's probably the migration problem. And I think, again, the President of the United States has shown in just a few.
Was Trump, I ain't gonna lie, Trump was tripping on, like, what was it? When he was speaking when he was signing those executive orders on flag burning and all that good stuff. I didn't like what he was saying when he said 600,000 Chinese students. And I'm wrong. He didn't say that during the flag burning executive order. He said that during his meeting with the South Korean president. So yeah, during that meeting, he said, you know what, we have a good relationship with China. We want to let in 600,000 Chinese students. And I was like, whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm like, hold on. First off, we already caught a lot of these Chinese students for being spies. Third, we thought we were going to give these opportunities to our American scholars and not some Chinese people. Like, no offense, but I'm just saying, though, we're looking out for our own now. This is what MAGA is all about. I mean, despite what Trump is saying, that's why I really not a fan of 600,000 Chinese students. How about this? Can we remove, like, I don't know, at least 1 million immigrants before we even think about that?
Short months, what you can do. We've got illegal border crossings effectively at zero. We've got net migration negative in this country for the first time. And why do I say that? First of all, I think it's very hard to feel, like you're part of the same country when your leadership brings in tens of millions of people uninvited. So that sense of shared American identity, the sense that we're part of the same American family, I think that gets destroyed when you import 20, 30 million people without any democratic check on it. So that's number one. Number two, I think it's terrible for the wages of working class people. You see this in every place where you bring in low wage immigrants. It's bad for the wages of Americans who just want to work a good job and earn a good wage in their communities. And the third thing that I point out is crime and drugs. We know that while most, of course, even illegal immigrants are not bringing in fentanyl, they are used by the cartels as vectors to traffic this illegal poison. And so it makes the opioid problem worse, it makes wages worse, and it makes our sense of common American identity worse. I think the migration issue really is the root of what went wrong during the Biden administration. By the way, it's why the Democrats are so obsessed with it. If you ask yourself, like, what does the modern National Democratic Party believe in? What do they fight most aggressively for? They fight most aggressively to continue to flood the United States with millions and millions of low-wage immigrants. The fact that that is the reason for existing for the Democratic Party should make all Americans sort of step back and say, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Zohran Mamdani is the lead.
Yeah, I know. And then they let them have this mindset of that, oh, well, we're all on stolen land, so there's no problem with me coming over here and just, like pretty much skirting your immigration laws. It's all right. I can just walk over the border and F American laws, and it's all good. It's like, that's the problem with the Dems too. Y'all kind of gave these immigrants a false mindset of that you could just come over here, say it's stolen land, and think it's all good. I mean, that's what they were saying in California.
Being candidate for mayor in New York City. Yes, your Mima, by the way, I think was a lifelong Democrat.
She was.
What do you think it says about the left that Zohran Mamdani is a leading candidate for a big political office as a Democrat? And what would your Mima say about modern Democrats?
I think Mama would say this is crazy. I think that she would say the modern Democratic Party doesn't represent her.
Look, even my family members who are still Democrats are going to say that Democrats are trash. But they still hate Trump, though. So, I mean, they're consistent, but they'll even tell you that, yeah, the Democratic Party is trash. I mean, you can even ask your Democratic friends. They'll be like, yeah, they're trash, but they still hate Trump.
Oh, by the way, there are two things that Mamaw, yes, she was a lifelong Democrat. She believed in standing up for working people. She believed in good wages for a good job. She was her husband was a union Democrat for 40 years, and that's really where it came from. But one, she thought politicians ought to have a sense of humor. Democrats, the one thing they should learn from President Trump is to laugh at themselves a little bit. They don't have to be so serious. They don't have to get offended at everything. Sometimes it's actually a good thing to have a sense of humor about our political process. And the second thing is, Mamaw, she was a Democrat who loved this country and felt gratitude for this country. She had multiple relatives who served in World War II, who served in World War I. She remembered that war like it was yesterday. She would tell me about World War II and her brother and her dad going off to fight in the Pacific. Does Mamdani, when you hear him speak, is this a man who feels gratitude for the United States of America? Is this a man who feels grateful for all of the opportunities, the incredible bounty of this country? I don't know the guy, but my sense is he's had a very good life in this country. It would be nice for him to occasionally show a sense of gratitude instead of just attacking the United States for all of its problems.
You bring up humor. Gavin Newsom sure thinks he's a comedian these days on social media, and so does much of the left.
I mean,
his polling numbers.
Actually, that's funny though, because I think somebody said, we don't learn from Trump. I mean, yeah, I do. Look at Gavin Newsom. I mean, he just took one good page out of Trump's book, is going on social media and getting on the offensive and trolling the hell out of people. He's not doing it as good as Trump because he's not out here launching out nicknames like that. But hey, I mean, Gavin, hey, do what works. I mean, I see you took a page out of Trump's book. All the Dems are looking down on Trump for doing something like that. Gavin does it. Now they're championing it, calling it offense. The double standard is always there.
Have gone way up since he started mimicking President Trump on social media.
Yeah.
What do you make of Governor Newsom?
I make of Governor Newsom that you said he's mimicking Donald Trump, and I think that's exactly right. The lesson of Donald Trump, the lesson of President Trump in American politics is you've got to be authentic to yourself. And when I see Gavin Newsom trying to act like Donald Trump, that's the opposite of authenticity. He's not trying to be Gavin Newsom, whoever that is. He's trying to be a fake carbon copy of Donald Trump, and it just doesn't work. You can't mimic the king. You can't mimic the master. You ought to just go and be yourself. And I think that the American people would like that a lot more than a cheap imitation of the President of the United States.
Two more questions. One important to our country, one important to you and me. This story, I know you're aware of, out of Minneapolis, where this school shooter at a Catholic school killed 2 young children, trans-identified. The latest in the news is he may have actually regretted his transition. There's a conversation today. The mayor of Minneapolis says it's hate to focus on his identity. There are others that say it's necessary to tell the truth.
Yeah, we're trying to see where his head was at. Well, obviously we know he was mentally ill. Obviously he was mentally ill, but where did it all come from? Like, this man was like, all right, I want to be a transgender, turns transgender, and now there is this story about, oh, he regretted his surgery. He probably looked into a couple things, probably found out where this whole transgender thing came from, and it led him all the way back to Nazi Germany somehow. I know, right? Crazy.
What do you make of this story? And by the way, what do you make of the response of so many that seem to reject the prayers of those that want to reach out?
Yeah.
It seems to be a real antagonism to spirituality.
Well, I think there are a lot of things here. And the first and most important thing, again, I really do see us as one American family. And you have to think about those parents and those kids and what they've gone through, and especially the kids who lost their lives. This is the most heartbreaking thing imaginable. And we should be praying for those kids. We should be thinking about those families. We should be doing everything that we can to try to help them. I mean, I took my 5-year-old 2 days ago to his Catholic school where he became a kindergarten, his first day of kindergarten. And then the very next day, you see something like this happen. This is just an unbelievable tragedy. And we have to remember that there are a couple of families who yesterday had the worst day of their lives. And it's not going to get much better from here because of what this evil person took from these families, which is these 2 beautiful kids. That's my first response to it. My second response to it is I'm praying every single day, multiple times a day, that while two deaths is tragic, 3 deaths is even more tragic, and I hope it stays at 2, because there still are some kids who seem to be in pretty serious condition at the hospital, so we're praying for their swift recovery. And I think on the broader stuff, I mean, look, clearly this person was a mentally deranged human being. Clearly, it was a transgender individual. We're going to learn a lot more, and I think the FBI and local authorities ought to try to get to the bottom of this. But you don't go and shoot up innocent children unless you are a clearly screwed up person. And so that
and if you looked at the 10-minute video that the kid released, which I mean I could show it if y'all want, but yeah, if you've seen that 10-minute video, I mean, he hated Jesus, he hated black people, he hated Hispanic people, he hated Jews. I mean, man, he was all full of hate. It was crazy. And I was just like, you know what? I can't even say it was all about him being transgender, because you know what? Those transgender people kind of like minorities. So I don't know about that one. But hey, it is what it is. And shout out to my man Jet for starting us off. He says, sent the videos in general. Democratic Party is cooked if this is the game plan for 2026 and 2028. I mean, hopefully not, but let's get it. I'll go ahead and pull that up, man. Shout out to my man Jeff for starting us off. So, hey, man, shout out to you. Hey, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just send in $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
It's obviously true. But I do think that, look, we're so soon after this tragedy. I guess it's going to air this afternoon, but we're so soon after this tragedy that I think that it would be nice if we as a country could unite, say a prayer for these innocent victims, say a prayer for the kids who are still recovering, that they make a full recovery, focus on the investigation and getting to the bottom of this thing, and not immediately make it about politics. And my final point on this is when I see far left politicians say, how dare you offer thoughts and prayers? You need action. You know, I don't care about your prayers. I care about what you're going to do to prevent this from happening. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't you pray for the speedy recovery of these kids who literally just got shot yesterday, while at the same time committing to making sure this doesn't happen again, or that it happens as infrequently as possible? I don't think there's anything inconsistent about saying a prayer to God for these innocent, beautiful kids, while also thinking constructively about how we're going to prevent this from happening the next time. You can do both of those things. You can hold a thought to both of those thoughts in your head at the same time. And Will, if you are a politician or you're a media commentator, and two beautiful babies just got murdered while praying, and your politics force you to condemn prayer in response to it, you ought to get new politics, because something very wrong has gone on inside your soul.
All right, lastly, on a lighter note, I'm disappointed to see your blue tie. I, as a specific rebuke to you and the Ohio State Buckeyes today, chose a burnt orange tie. This weekend, we have number 1 versus number 2, the University of Texas versus Ohio State. Let's just revisit.
They're going to lose because Ohio State's number 1 in football, and we just refuse to be beaten. That's it. Just period, point blank. Like, we don't lose, okay? We just don't lose when it comes to football. I don't know where in your fantasy mind that you thought, okay, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. All right, let's keep it going.
What has to be one of your most embarrassing moments as vice president? I can't even imagine. What is it like to drop the national championship trophy?
It's awful. Let me tell you, it's awful. And my friends gave me hell for it. And it's one of those moments I'll never live down. I didn't break it, though. It was made of solid, good steel, I guess.
I did analyze it play by play.
No, so I could give you a whole backstory about it. I didn't know that there's... So it's not the base fell off. The base is meant to come off.
Right.
You're not meant to lift it up by the base, which is the mistake that I made. You're supposed to just take the trophy out of the base. So anyway, that was the first error that led to a series of problems. But I looked at the line yesterday, and I think Ohio State were 12-point dogs to Texas.
No, you're favored. I believe you're favored by 3. You're at home. You're number 2.
Okay, we got to look. Okay, I thought
we get
somebody sent me a line. Yeah, that's what I said, because we're in Columbus. Somebody sent me a line that had us minus 11.5, and I was like, that sounds crazy to me. I think it's going to be a good game. You guys have a hell of a team. Obviously, Archie Manning has good genes, as the president would say. So hopefully he doesn't have too good of a day in Ohio Stadium.
You have a prediction? I have one.
Man.
Texas Longhorns by 1 million.
Wow.
34-23 Buckeyes.
All right. Yeah. I can't wait to see you after.
That's a confident prediction.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Good to see you. Thank you.
I mean, come on now. You ain't a real Ohioan if you don't have confidence in, well, Ohio football. I mean, look, we're just flawless sometimes. We literally have a store called 14-0. So trust me, it's like we know how good we are. And I don't even like football or like that, but I have extreme confidence in our college football team. Like I'll tell you that. But all right, man, let's get into the video that my man Jet sent in.
Gavin Newsom is unraveling after his master plan to gerrymander California is already backfiring in his face in humiliating fashion. The California Republicans, who already live under an extremely disenfranchised and gerrymandered map, are rightfully furious at the prospect of Gavin Newsom snuffing out even more of their representation and have threatened to secede from California. Also, the new brilliant strategy coming out of the Democrat Party to win back regular middle-of-the-road Christian Americans is to insult, mock, and ridicule their religion. I'm not kidding. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel, but let's listen to this Democrat strategist at their summer camp in Little Somalia.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Ohio State did beat Texas. I told you. It's like, I don't even really got to think about it. It's like, I don't know what it is about our team. We just magically win. Like, I know it's just the way our football team works. No other team like that works in Ohio but them.
Explain how their racist DEI policies are actually the foundation of Christianity. Take a look.
One Democrat trying to tout DEI as the backbone of faith. Listen.
To my Republican friends and fellow citizens, I say who profess to be active Christians, I remind them that DEI is the very foundation of the Christian church.
What? Since when? Ask the Vatican that, because I don't know, man. I don't see too many black people up in the Vatican just walking around. I see mostly a whole bunch of white dudes in some pretty cool looking gowns, but that's it.
The RNC clapping back, telling Fox News Digital, quote, the DNC reaffirmed their party's support for radical racist DEI ideology and insulted Christians across the country by saying DEI is the very foundation of Christianity.
You know what? In a way, they're not wrong. I mean, we are supposed to be accepting of people and all that good stuff, as Jesus was and all that good stuff. But if you're talking about the trans and all that other wild stuff and sexuality, yeah, I mean, bro, you're tripping. But if you're talking about different races and people and all that, then, I mean, you do got a point.
It's no wonder Democrats' approval rating is in the toilet.
I mean, I don't understand the Democrat Party. They despise religion. They'll mock people for believing in God. They believe it's a primitive way of understanding the world. But yet they'll turn around and weaponize it to try and impose their radical progressive policies. They know nothing about it, but they'll use it as the justification for why you have to accept mass illegal immigration or transgenderism for the children. And now they're trying to use their emotional manipulation again to explain that their racist DEI policies are somehow the foundation of the Christian faith. Say what you will about the Democrat Party, but they certainly have a knack for just cranking out the worst ideas possible time and time again. But their ability to mock and insult people incessantly for things that they really care about and then turn around.
You know what? I wouldn't even say it's all Democrats. I'd say it's the younger Democrats. It's a newer generation of Democrats, like the ones that are on these TikTok debates. Those guys talk crazy about Christianity. I mean, they ain't never read the Bible or nothing. They just say Sky Daddy marries a whore, all this wild stuff. And you can tell they have not read 1 inch of the Bible, but a lot of them live homosexual lifestyles. So I guess the Bible rejects their lifestyle. So they reject the Bible. I mean, it makes sense. You usually reject things that reject you.
And demand their vote has no limits. Here is Pastor Candy Von Sprinkles leading the morning prayer. And you tell me if you think this is what Jesus had in mind.
My name is Candy Von Sparkle, a.k.a. Christopher. My pronouns are he, she, and they. Please join me responsibly in a call to worship.
Whoa.
Source of life, in the beginning,
bro,
you made us and called us beloved. When we forget how to love, you remind us to care. When the powers of the world try to oppress us, your name is love. When our siblings in faith condemn us,
brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
claim us beloved. We are your beloved. So today, sing your praises, source of love.
Now, I wanted to show that stuff first because it's a perfect segue into the unraveling of Gavin Newsom, who has seemingly adopted this strategy of insulting people's faith. And after the tragic shooting that occurred in Minneapolis at a Catholic church, Gavin Newsom took to Twitter and mocked and ridiculed these deceased people, making fun of them for praying in their final moments, laughing at how it apparently didn't work. So the tweet that he's quote tweeting is from Carolyn Levitt, who's commenting on ex-White House press secretary Jen Psaki, making the comment on MSNBC that prayer was useless because that's what the kids were doing at the time they were shot, and it apparently didn't work. And Caroline Levitt is saying just how disrespectful and insensitive that is. And Gavin says these children were literally praying as they got shot. And of course, the soulless Democrats who are running to his defense are saying what he means is we need to find real legislative solutions to stop this. But any rational person knows that wasn't the meaning behind his comment. You don't even have to be religious to find that disgusting and low. Prayer is a way that tens of millions of Americans find comfort in hard times. And the inhumane point Gavin Newsom is trying to make while taking advantage of a tragedy.
They're saying praying doesn't protect you. They got shot while praying. I'm like, bro, you serious? Like, are you freaking serious, dog? Yeah, that's, you know, that is like, I would say a very atheist way of thinking. It's like, bro, well, why would you say something like that? Especially at this time. It's almost like when Destiny made that joke about the kids in Texas. It's like, bro, are you serious?
Well, they were praying in a church, and that still didn't stop them from getting shot. So prayer is stupid and meaningless. I don't know, man. I don't think the Democrats really understand just how damaging this desperate attention-seeking, rage-baiting on the internet strategy is going to be for their brand. Like, you have to actually try to be this out of touch and unlikable. Democrats are going out of their way to offend people and rub people the wrong way at every chance they get. Gavin Newsom is trying to appeal to the most radical leftists on the internet. And by doing so, he's becoming extremely divisive. And he's becoming more desperate as his national power play to redistrict California might be facing some hurdles because the Republicans want to secede.
And splitting the state would be a very long process, one that is allowed by the California Constitution, but which would require the approval of both the state assembly and the state senate and the voters of California. The so-called two-state solution would split the state vertically, with the Bay Area and all but one coastal county in the West, including LA, Santa Barbara, San Diego. This would represent about 3/4 of California's population.
Really?
To the east, most of the inland areas, Northern California, the Sierra Nevada, Central Valley, and Southern California's Inland Empire, about 10 million Californians. Today, state Republicans said that the split would give rural voters a voice, which they say will be silenced if the new redrawn congressional maps are approved by voters in the November.
I mean, well, Democrats don't care. There are literally, blue states that have a large amount of Republican voters, but they have no Republican seats. So they don't care. I mean, they talk about democracy and representation, but they're the main ones violating it. It's kind of crazy. But shout out to Seth. She said, that's scary. And short music clip after Jets, please. No problem. Actually, we're going to go ahead and get over to the other part real quick, and then we're going to get back to Jets video. But let's get into Caroline Levitt, pretty much addressing the press.
Good afternoon. Good to see all of you. I want to begin today's briefing by addressing the horrific shooting that took place yesterday at the Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where a deranged shooter opened fire during morning mass, killing an innocent 8-year-old and 10-year-old. 14 other children and 3 adults were also injured during this horrible tragedy. This was the first morning mass of the school year for these beautiful, innocent children, and this sacred religious service was desecrated by an evil monster. We are all eternally grateful to the heroic law enforcement officers and first responders whose courage and swift response aided all of those impacted by this horrible tragedy. As Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday, the FBI is currently investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump signed a proclamation yesterday following his call with the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, acknowledging the victims and their families and directing flags to be flown at half-mast. President Trump and the First Lady encouraged the entire nation to join all of us in praying for the victims and their families as they face unimaginable grief and loss. The White House and the FBI will continue to provide further updates as they become available. I also have a quick scheduling announcement for you today. The president will travel to New York City on September 22nd to address the United Nations General Assembly on Tuesday, September 23rd. On another matter, as Americans make their Labor Day weekend travel plans, they will be able to enjoy 5-year low gas prices thanks to President Trump fully unleashing American energy dominance. President Trump ended Joe Biden's Green New Scam policies and is delivering on his promise to make America affordable again. These savings at the pump are giving everyday American families more room in their budgets at the end of each month, which is the exact opposite of what
considering that people were paying like what $6 during the summer during Biden. I mean, this wasn't in 2024, it was like 2022, 2023. People were paying like $6 at the pump. So considering that it's like at a what? At not more than $3. I know that. I know some places are seeing like what $2.50 in my area, but it ain't more than $3. I mean, he definitely ain't at $6.
Saw under the previous administration. And as we commemorate Labor Day this year, we finally have a president who fights and delivers for the American worker every single day. President Trump believes that American workers are the heart and soul of our economy and our national identity, which is why he's championed an agenda that puts them first always. For decades, the hardworking men and women of our country who built the greatest nation in world history were sold out by selfish, greedy, short-sighted globalists who put our country on a path to economic and cultural ruin. They hollowed out our factories and towns and betrayed the American working class by shipping jobs overseas and importing millions of low-wage migrants to replace American workers. Under President Trump, this national disgrace is over. American workers are once again being put at the center of national trade policy, and the dignity of American labor is being defended. As a result, President Trump has already brought in nearly $10 trillion in new private and foreign investments, so that the top businesses in the world can create high-paying jobs in America and hire American workers to fill them. In fact, since President Trump took office, the economy has added more than 500,000 new jobs to the workforce. In a stark reversal from the Biden administration, all of that job creation has been driven by private sector growth, and all employment gains have gone to native-born Americans. Wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in the past 60 years. And the average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year alone. Thanks to the largest middle tax cuts ever signed into law by President Trump, with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security.
And the tax brackets got changed up a little bit. So yeah, people are definitely getting a bit of a tax break on that side as well. Like, what was it? You're paying 15% less taxes if you're making between 30 to 80K. So 30K to 80K, you're pretty much getting you're getting 15% less in taxes. Or well, you're getting 15% less taxes taken out of your income. So hey, congrats for you. And if you're working overtime with that, well, no tax on overtime till if you're single, I think of what, like 12,500.
Americans in all 50 states will keep more of their hard-earned money. The average American taxpayer will see a tax cut of nearly $4,000 because of these pro-growth provisions, according to analysis from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. In other news, President Trump continues to deliver on his promise to restore law and order to our nation's capital. Since President Trump's intervention, there have been more than 1,283 arrests right here in the District of Columbia. Total crime in D.C. is down 19%, and violent crime is down 30%. Carjackings in the district are down 67%. Homicides are down 57%. Robberies are down 40%. Motor vehicle thefts are down 32%. And assaults with dangerous weapons are down 23%. And property crime is down 18%. These numbers prove the president's bold actions to make D.C. safe and beautiful again are working, just like he said they would. And that's why on Monday, the president took additional action to sign an executive order taking steps to ensure that cashless bail in Washington, D.C. is eliminated. For too long, D.C.'s reckless cashless bail policies have allowed dangerous criminals to be quickly released, which endangers everyone who lives in and visits our wonderful capital. No cash bail has also foolishly forced law enforcement to repeatedly arrest the same offenders over and over again, only for them to be released back into our nation's capital. This is the definition of insanity, and the president is seeking to end it. He also signed a separate executive order addressing the crime emergency in D.C. by instructing the National Park Service to hire additional United States Park Police officers to support public safety, and directing the U.S. Attorney's Office for D.C. to hire additional prosecutors to focus solely on violent and property crimes. So while liberal Democrats across the country continue to double down on their failed soft on crime approach, the American people, including local D.C. leadership, business owners, and residents, are rallying behind President Trump's crime crackdown. According to new polling, 81% of Americans say crime is a major problem in large cities across the country.
Which is true. I mean, and a lot of people visit these large cities and they admit that, yo, when we go to these large cities, there's crazy crime going on. And these are just tourists. The people who live in these large cities are saying, well, shoot, if you're a tourist, you think it's bad, imagine living here. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So yes, a lot of major inner cities with high population that's ran by Democrats always have high crime. And like the Dems like to say, oh, it's because we have a big population. And I'm like, that's not really a good excuse. Y'all pretty much saying that you're not good at leading bigger groups then, or bigger populations of people, without letting it fall to hell and having a whole bunch of crime everywhere. I mean, y'all kind of exposing yourselves at that point.
And a clear majority of Americans believe the president's actions are justified and necessary to reduce crime in these cities. Indu Bhatia, who runs a liquor store a half mile from the White House here just down the street, is one of those Americans who are grateful for President Trump's public safety push. Indu recently told the New York Post that her store was robbed so many times that they had to spend exorbitant sums of money on security, jeopardizing her family's financial future. But thanks to President Trump's strong action, Indu said, quote, "All of my employees, including me, we feel much safer, and even our customers feel really happy when they walk into our store." And just yesterday, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser credited President Trump for surging federal law enforcement personnel and said neighborhoods, quote, feel and are much safer. We thank Mayor Bowser for her cooperation and her willingness to help us make D.C. safe and beautiful. This entire effort has vindicated what President Trump and law and order advocates have been saying for years. And this is our message to Americans in Democrat-run cities nationwide. Decline is a choice. You don't have to live in constant fear of being robbed, raped, or murdered. Your leaders are lying to you, and they have been failing you for decades. The President Trump approach of upholding law and order by letting our brave men and women in blue actually do.
And then here's the worst part. Some of them don't even really bring down crime. They reclassify it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a way to, you can bring down crime. Why not even touching crime whatsoever? You don't even got to put a finger on it. You don't even got to start locking more people up. You just got to start reclassifying some things. I mean, you could damn near turn what? Assault maybe into a domestic dispute. You can just downgrade a couple crimes and just go on with your merry day and just say, oh yeah, we brought down crimes. You know, we just have to reclassify a couple things, make some felonies, some misdemeanors, civil violations. And we brought down crime that way. And that's how some of these Democratic cities bring down crime.
Their jobs to aggressively fight crime works. In just a few weeks, President Trump has done more for DC residents than Democrats did in 50 years. And this can be replicated in other crime-ridden cities across the nation. As President Trump has said, all of these elected officials in charge have to do is pick up the phone and ask for the president and the federal government's help. President Trump doesn't care if they are a Republican or a Democrat leader. He wants Americans to be safe and for every law-abiding American citizen across the country to be able to thrive in their city and in their community. With that, I'll take questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have social media influencer, content creator, Brandon Tatum. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us today. Why don't you kick us off?
Caroline, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And on behalf of everybody that follow me, the millions of people that follow me, I want to say thank you for making the sacrifice and dealing with some of the most disingenuous people on planet Earth at times. I have two questions. The first question is associated with the shooting that occurred the other day. And I want to ask the question of, we know that it's not a gun thing. Any rational person knows it's not a gun thing. We know it's a mental health issue. So I want to know from you, what is President Trump and the White House going to do to address mental health issues around the country associated with these shootings? And the second thing is Chicago. Anybody with a connected brainstem knows that Chicago's crime is out of control. And young black men are getting killed, laying dead in the middle of the streets every single day in Chicago. No president has addressed any of these issues. And so what is the White House going to do to address issues in their capacity to deal with the conflict and violence in Chicago?
Sure. Well, to your first question about this shooting in Minnesota, right now, the administration is focused on helping the people of Minnesota. It's been less than a day, of course, since this tragedy happened. We have federal law enforcement on the ground assisting local law enforcement. This investigation is ongoing. There's still a lot of facts to understand about these circumstances. And so we're going to continue to do that. As for Chicago and cracking down on crime, it is a priority of this administration to ensure that American cities are safe again. And I'm so glad that you brought up the crime in Chicago, because we've been seeing the governor of Illinois parading out there saying that there's nothing wrong with Chicago. It's a great place to live. There's no crime there. He doesn't need President Trump's.
Chicago is literally ran by gang members that shoot people in broad daylight. I mean, at all times of the day. There's literally young kids out there with guns that are pretty much scaring the public and forcing people inside. I mean, come on now. We're not going to sit here and pretend like Chicago is not bad. Like, if y'all want to sit here and lie to yourselves, okay, but trust me, I got some videos I can show you that can show you how it is in Chicago today. I mean, it's been like that, honestly, since 2016, but hey, who's counting?
Help. Well, I think the residents of Chicago beg to differ, and the statistics beg to differ. And I'll just share a few of those statistics with all of you. For 13 consecutive years, Chicago has had the most murders of any U.S. city. This is J.B. Pritzker's legacy, by the way. For 7 consecutive years, Chicago has had the highest murder rate among U.S. cities with more than 1 million people. In 2024, just last year.
I mean, they called it Chirac for a reason. It was the Chirac, murder capital. If you ain't from here, don't come here. Like, bruh, it's pretty bad out there in Chicago. And like I said, like when most of us are out doing crimes in the nighttime, these guys are out here having broad day gunfights in broad day, and civilians and little kids get hit all the time.
Chicago's murder rate per capita was 3 times higher than Los Angeles and nearly 5 times higher than New York City. That's more than double the murder rate in Islamabad and nearly 15 times more than Delhi. Out of Chicago's 147,899 reported crimes this year, that's how many crimes have been reported in Chicago since January 1st. There have only been arrests in 16% of them. These numbers are unacceptable. There have been more illegal guns recovered in Chicago than in New York City and Los Angeles combined. The number of reported motor vehicle thefts last year was more than double the number in 2021. And Chicago has also, just like DC, come under scrutiny over discrepancies in its homicide data reporting. So as bad as...
And you know, the Dems would be like, well, why are you only focusing on these blue states and these blue cities? Well, because blue cities tend to have the highest crime every time. And if you want to talk about the places that have the highest crime with the biggest police departments, let's talk about New York City. I know we all know, but New York City has the biggest police department probably in the world. And then right after them is LA, and then in third place would be Chicago. So yeah, I mean, they got the law enforcement and it's still out of hand. They got one of the biggest law enforcements in America, like in the top 5, still out of hand.
These numbers are, perhaps they are even worse. And this is Governor Pritzker's legacy. He should put politics aside. He should pick up the phone and call this president, who would be more than happy to do right by law-abiding American residents in the city of Chicago. And we hope that he will. Gabe, and thanks for being here, Brandon. Gabe.
Carolyn, thank you so much. First on the firing of the CDC director,
Sure.
Who will replace her? And then also overnight, the White House said that she did not align with the president's agenda. Dr. Menard's attorneys say that she refused to rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives and fire dedicated health experts. What specifically did she do wrong?
Look, what I will say about this individual is that her lawyer's statement made it abundantly clear themselves that she was not aligned with the president's mission to make America healthy again. And the secretary asked her to resign. She said she would, and then she said she wouldn't. So the president fired her, which he has every right to do. It was President Trump who was overwhelmingly reelected on November 5th. This woman has never received a vote in her life, and the president has the authority to fire those who are not aligned with his mission. A new replacement will be announced by either the president or the secretary very soon.
Wow.
And the president and
now this lady's refusing to leave her job. I believe it's Lisa Cook. I believe it's Lisa Cook, but she was a Federal Reserve. She was on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and pretty much Trump said, "Look, you're fired. You got some type of mortgage fraud case going on. So yeah, we're gonna fire you because of that." And here's the thing: I haven't heard anything about this mortgage fraud case. She's calling it BS, and she says she's not going nowhere. But even Caroline Levitt is saying, well, he does have the authority to just fire her anyway. I mean, she's really nobody important. She's not like, Jerome Powell.
Secretary Kennedy are committed to restoring trust and transparency and credibility to the CDC by ensuring their leadership and their decisions are more public facing, more accountable, strengthening our public health system, and restoring it to its core mission of protecting Americans from communicable diseases, investing in innovation to prevent, detect, and respond to future threats. That's the mission of the CDC, and we're going to make sure that folks that are in positions of leadership there are aligned with that mission.
Briefly on another topic, alligator Alcatraz. Last week, a judge on an environmental concerns lawsuit said that the administration had 60 days to wind down operations there, state officials did. Now, the administration has not been shy in fighting back against what it calls activist judges, but why is it backing down this time?
We're not backing down. We've always said that we are going to continue to fight in the court of law for what's right, because we know that what this administration is doing with respect to all policy, but also immigration policy, is above the books, and we're abiding by our nation's immigration laws. And we think it's despicable that an activist judge has inserted themselves in this migrant detention facility to the point where DHS is now having to relocate these illegal immigrants to other detention facilities around the country. That is an unnecessary burden on the Department of Homeland Security and these agents who should be removing these criminals from our community. That's what the American people elected this president to do. So we've always maintained, Gabe, we're going to comply with court orders, but we're also going to fight back on them on the merits of the law. And DHS is in compliance while we disagree with this decision, and we'll continue to fight it in court. Let's go to...
Hey,
go ahead.
Thanks so much. So just following up on the CDC firing,
Sure.
Are you anticipating other changes there at CDC in addition to that firing? And is the administration going through in a very sort of organized fashion? Is there a task force that's going through high-level appointees to see who is or isn't aligned with the mission? Like, should we expect more?
Not to my knowledge. I understand there were a few other individuals who resigned after the firing of Ms. Monterez. One of those individuals wrote in his departure statement that he identifies pregnant women as pregnant people. So that's not someone who we want in this administration anyway. So if people are not aligned with the president's vision and the secretary's vision to make our country healthy again, then we will gladly show them the door.
Caroline, can I just
go to the back?
Thank you, Caroline.
Go behind you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. The military deployment that President Trump has sent to the Caribbean Sea close to the shores with Venezuela is massive. It's much more that is needed to simply counter narcotics operations. Is President Trump considering launching military strikes to military installments or facilities in Venezuelan soil?
I won't get ahead of the president with respect to any military action or questions about that ever. But what I will tell you is that many Caribbean nations and many nations in the region have applauded the administration's counter-drug operations and efforts. And the president is prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. And as I've said from this podium before, the Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. Maduro is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this drug cartel. He has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into our country. And it is the utmost responsibility of this president and this administration to prevent the illicit flow of drugs into our country and to protect citizens from those deadly poisons. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you.
Sure.
Democrats, including former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, attacked prayer and pushed gun control in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting. What's the White House's response to their comments?
Yes, I saw the comments of my predecessor, Ms. Psaki, and frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive and disrespectful to the tens of millions of Americans of faith across this country who believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer works, and who believe that in a time of mourning like this, when beautiful young children were killed while praying in a church, it's utterly disrespectful to deride the power of prayer in this country. And it's disrespectful to the millions of Americans of faith. And I would encourage Ms. Psaki.
And shout out to my man Maine. He's like singing. I got 2 on it. It's like I got 5 on it, but hey, though, I'll take it, man. And shout out Maine. Appreciate the support, guys.
To pray for these families themselves who need it right now more than ever.
My second question for you is that there have been media outlets who have glazed over the fact that the shooter was confused in their gender identity. Does the administration believe that this element needs to be investigated in the shooting?
All of the elements are being investigated in the shooting, absolutely. Which is why part of the reason the FBI director came out and immediately confirmed that facet of the investigation. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions on 2 separate issues. First of all, the drone and missile strikes that took place overnight in Ukraine. General Keith Kellogg, the president's special envoy, has described these attacks as egregious. Do you agree with that description? And do you view President Putin as an impediment to getting peace between these 2 countries?
Well, it's not about if I agree, it's about what the president thinks. And I know what the president thinks because I talked to him about this. He was not happy about this news, but he was also not surprised. These are 2 countries that have been at war for a very long time. Russia launched this attack on Kyiv, and likewise, Ukraine recently dealt a blow to Russia's oil refineries. They have taken out, as a matter of fact.
In other war news, I mean, Israel completely destroyed Yemen's leadership. They destroyed Yemen's, they killed Yemen's prime minister and their entire cabinet. I mean, well, boy, I'm telling you, boy, when Israel hits you, Man, they hit you thoroughly.
20% of Russia's oil refinery capacity over the course of their attacks throughout the month of August. So the president is continuing to watch this intently, and this killing, unfortunately, will continue as long as the war continues, which is why the president wants it to end. And that's why he's worked harder than anyone to end this war, which would have never started if he were president. But perhaps both sides of this war are not ready to end it themselves.
Yeah, and Biden, he was working hard to fund it. Trump is working hard to stop it. And I mean, thank God he got us to stop funding it. The only way we're really supplying these guys weapons is if NATO buys the weapons from us.
President wants it to end, but the leaders of these two countries need it to end and want it to end, must want it to end as well. And I think the president will make some additional statements on this later.
My second question has to do with, I just had one more, if I may. It has to do with the president's intention to remove Lisa Cook as a member of the Federal Reserve Board. He is going or acting upon allegations that have been made by Trump administration official Bill Pulte. These are just allegations. She hasn't been convicted yet of any crime. Is the administration opposed to allowing Ms. Cook to have due process to challenge what has been alleged against her?
I believe she is challenging it. I believe she just filed a lawsuit today, and Mr. Pulte has deferred those allegations over to the Department of Justice to investigate them. What I will say is that you had these mortgage receipts very clearly shown to the president, and he has the cause that he needs to fire this individual. He laid it out in the letter that he provided to her and to the public as well. And so we'll continue to fight this battle. Carrie.
Hi, Caroline. So the president just announced that he wants to have a convention right before the midterms next year. The DNC has countered that they too want to have a convention right before the midterms as well. What's the White House's response to that? And can you give us just a little bit of a hint or a tease here as to how the president envisions a convention for the midterms?
Look, the president put out a statement on this earlier today. I'll let him speak further on the plans that he envisions, but I think he's very proud of the accomplishments and the achievements of his administration, as he should be. The most secure border in United States history, a crackdown on crime here in our nation's capital, an attack or a reversal of the attack on our energy industry from the previous administration. As I just pointed out to you, gas prices today, this Labor Day, are the lowest they've been since Labor Day in 2020. Our economy is bringing in trillions of dollars in revenue from all over the world again. So there's so much for Republicans and for the president and for Americans across the country to be proud of. And I think the president wants to see that celebrated. But for any further details on this as they come, we'll provide you with them. Iris.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions on the shooting. What's the administration's message to some concerned parents across the country who might be now worried about their kids' safety in light of the latest incident?
We completely and totally understand the concerns of parents across the country. This tragedy it's heartbreaking. The
Dems, they want to call for gun laws, but but here's the thing, though. That's why they were trying to ignore the mental health of that young man, because it goes to the Republicans' point every time. It's like guns don't shoot people, people shoot people. So you guys want to sit here and try to blame the gun laws and all, we just need to restrict guns off people. And like, that's not going to help anything. The criminals are going to still have the guns. That's the problem. Criminals still get guns regardless of the law. Was it a law-abiding citizen who got the gun? No, it was not. Or else we wouldn't even have this shooting. So you guys got to understand, we low-key got to double down on it. I mean, we need protection at these schools. And if not, we need armed teachers. Well, really both we need.
Parent myself, there are no words to describe just the heartbreak that these families must be enduring, which is why the president and the first lady have encouraged everyone to continue to pray for these families and these victims. And it's why this administration is focused on removing public safety threats from our communities. And in fact, I can share with all of you that last night in Washington, D.C., when arrests were being made, there was an arrest of a juvenile right here in D.C. in Ward 7 for threats to kidnap and injure, receiving stolen property, possession of a large capacity feeding device, unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. A search warrant was executed. 7 firearms were recovered, and the juvenile was arrested after an investigation was initiated based on social media posts allegedly threatening violence towards a school. So this was a juvenile who was a risk to not just himself, but the community here in Washington, and he was removed from the community last night because of the law enforcement efforts of this administration. And I would also point to the statement of our wonderful First Lady that she released yesterday. She wrote, "The tragic mass killing in Minnesota illuminates the need for preemptive intervention in identifying school shooters. Early warning signs are often evident, with many individuals exhibiting concerning behaviors and making violent threats online prior to their actions. We encourage all Americans, as the old saying goes, if you see something..."
You know what's crazy? That, I mean, here's the thing. They always want to bash the red states for having lax gun laws, and they'd be like, well, that's why you guys have these big arsenals and these school shooters. But I mean, like, yo, did you see that kid's arsenal in a blue state, in a blue city, in a blue state? And yes, Minneapolis have gun laws. Like, you know, of course, you got to have your license to carry. You got to go through, of course, an extreme risk protection order. Like, you got to go through the extreme risk, like procedures and all that. You can't be domestic abusers, no felonies, all that good stuff. And it still happened. And it still happened, which goes to show. I mean, of course, the citizens will follow the law, the ones that don't want to do anybody harm. But what about the criminals? How do you protect yourself from them? By taking away all the guns, Set. I mean, how are you going to take away the guns from the criminals? They're not going to be the ones giving up their guns. It's going to be the law-abiding citizens that are going to be the ones doing it, because those are the ones who obey the law. And you're going to leave those guys defenseless. You're like, I see how y'all feel good politics hurt people.
Say something. If you see warning signs or threats, report it to law enforcement. This administration, federal law enforcement, will take those reports and those threats seriously. They will be treated as a law enforcement emergency, and we will act accordingly.
And on the First Lady's statement, would the administration consider ramping up resources on these fronts to parents and schools across the country to help them look into these signs and prevent more tragedies?
It's a very fair question, Iris. As for any potential future policy decisions or funding questions, it's just been over 24 hours since this tragedy occurred. Right now, we're focused on the FBI and their investigation and covering all the facts, and we'll leave those very important policy discussions to another day.
Thank you,
go ahead. Megan.
I had a question about the Lisa Cook lawsuit that you mentioned. Does the president plan to wait until that lawsuit is resolved to appoint her replacement?
I will leave that to the president to make that decision in that announcement himself. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. Bouncing off the CDC situation, CDC. I'm curious if administration officials are pushing back on the president's agenda, privately, publicly, however, should they fear to lose their jobs going forward?
Look, I think if you're doing your job well, and if you are executing on the vision and the promises that the president made to the public who elected him back to this office, then you should have no fear about your job. Just do your job. That's what this president wants to see. He wants to see people solving problems. He wants to see the people who have the privilege of serving the American taxpayer and the federal government abiding by the wishes of the American taxpayers who overwhelmingly reelected him in this cabinet to make America great again, or in this case, make America healthy again.
On the Intel deal, where the U.S. got a stake in that company, there's two things I want to ask about that. The first is, what did the U.S. get back in return for that deal? And the second thing is, what are the future plans for giving any form of money to another company? It could be through the CHIPS Act, like this deal, or some other form of funds. What are the plans there by this White House administration?
Well, look, as you know, Brian, very well, because you cover it often, the Intel deal is still being ironed out by the Department of Commerce. The T's are still being crossed, the I's are still being dotted. It's very much still under discussion. But the president's thinking, I can share with you, is certainly to ensure that the United States government is making our country wealthy again and is benefiting from some of these deals. And it's a creative solution. I know it's outside the box thinking, which is uncommon in this city, but it's something that he proposed and something that the Secretary of Commerce is working on putting into action. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a couple questions on the shooting yesterday. The first one, this is the second shooting involving a trans-identifying shooter who specifically targeted Christians and Catholic kids. What kind of consequences do the gender-affirming therapists, doctors, or even the parents of these shooters face after these types of shootings?
Well, as for the parents and potential therapists in this case, again, all of that is still currently being investigated by the FBI. I know the Secretary of Health and Human Services this morning said that HHS is investigating perhaps links between some of these drugs and these prescription drugs that some of these minors may be taking, and an increase in violence. And obviously we have
The
mental health problems
SRIs.
in this country that this administration and Secretary Kennedy will continue to speak out about, and the work that we're doing to solve it.
Thank you. And just to follow up, I've seen a lot of calls for action, among these lawmakers saying that we shouldn't just be praying. One that I've seen on the right actually is calls for the FBI to institute a new class of domestic terrorism that involves trans ideology. Is that something that the administration would support?
I would have to check with the appropriate people on that.
That's a slippery slope right there. Trans ideology as a terrorist, what mindset? No. We'd have to dig into that guy's history a little bit more. Like, did he regret his trans surgery? Why'd he just go so racist and all this? Like, here's the thing: he's supposed to be a liberal. He's supposed to be a liberal. I mean, like, anybody who's trying to call him a Republican, like, remember, he identified as a trans woman. He went out there with his mom to get his name changed. That's no Republican. So y'all should know better. So what turned this liberal or this liberal leftist into a complete racist? Now, was it the fact that he got trans surgery? He realized that it was all a lie. Now he just hates the people who sold this lie to him. Like, I don't know. But hey, like, things will come out. More things will come out about this young man. And it's funny, more things will come out about this young man than Thomas Cook. But hey, here we are.
Thank you, Caroline. We saw some economic data come out today showing the U.S. economy grew at a 3.3% clip, largely buoyed by a surge in capex. What's the White House reaction to this, and is this sort of the president's vision beginning to come to life after the Big Beautiful Bill was passed in July?
Yes, I mean, look, we did say that once the Big Beautiful Bill was signed into law, we're going to see the effects of this massive pro-growth piece of legislation. As I laid out for you, as we head into the Labor Day weekend, there's many positive economic indicators that the American people can be hopeful about. But don't forget, we are reversing 4 years of reckless spending from the previous administration, of slamming regulations down the throats of American business owners and consumers across the country. But the administration is working very hard to unravel all of that and to ensure that small business owners and workers are thriving and that they have more money in their own pockets to spend. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Back on the CDC, there was reporting that some of the initial problems between RFK and the CDC director stemmed from miscommunications or differences on vaccine policy. So I wonder if you could just say whether or not the president believes that the COVID vaccine should be available to and covered by insurance for all Americans, regardless of age and pre-existing conditions.
What I will tell you is that the FDA recently revoked the emergency use authorizations for 3 COVID vaccinations while simultaneously greenlighting 4 new COVID-19 vaccines with 2025 and 2026 formulas. The reason for the revocation of that emergency use authorization is because obviously the COVID pandemic and the public health emergency is over. But just to correct the record, because there's been a lot of misinformation on this, the FDA's decision does not affect the availability of COVID vaccines for Americans who want them. We believe in individual choice. That's a promise both the president and the secretary have made, and it's a promise they have now delivered on.
Question, if I could, Caroline. Question, if I could. Sorry. I wonder if you could answer why the president hasn't acknowledged the shooting at CDC headquarters that took place earlier in August, where a police officer was killed, and it was reported that the motivation for the shooting was somebody who was really unhappy with the effects of the COVID vaccine.
We absolutely were very much aware of that shooting. The Secretary of Health and Human Services put out a statement immediately. He was in touch with the CDC, and he actually traveled to Georgia to assess the situation and to mourn with the people who work in that building there. So, go ahead.
With respect to Labor Day, one of the most underrepresented groups right now are police officers. 30,000 police officers short in America right now. To Brandon's question, 1,300 short in Chicago, 3,000 short in New York, 500 short here in Washington, D.C. What can the White House, what can the president do to help recruitment of police officers? You've done well with the military and Border Patrol. What can we do to get more police officers on the streets of America?
Well, the president has certainly been very successful in recruiting federal law enforcement. If you look at the ICE recruitment campaign that was led by he and our Secretary of Homeland Security, we've seen more than, I believe, 130,000 applicants to join ICE, which is just amazing. There's more applicants now than there are jobs to fill, and we're very grateful for that. Clearly, Americans want to serve their communities. They just need a leader who encourages them to do so. So maybe Governor Pritzker should spend less time demonizing the.
Yeah, I've been looking it up too. I haven't found anything that's saying that he regretted his transition or anything like that. So we're still going to just chalk it up to the mystery of how did this trans guy turn into a complete racist and anti-Semite out of nowhere? I mean, maybe not out of nowhere. Maybe he always held these feelings, but while being trans, I mean, that's just a bit strange. And like I said, usually when you're trans, you believe you don't drunk the liberal leftist Kool-Aid and you believe in it. And you believe in everybody should be cool and everybody should just do what they want. Even you, of course, you're the guy wearing the wig. So it is a bit strange that a trans person would have this ideology of just hate all these races and all this good stuff. But, you know, it ain't the first time, though. It ain't the first time that there's been a trans shooter. I'm not saying that it's just a prevalent thing that happens all the time, but it has been happening in recent history. Well, pretty much since what, like 2022?
Police, more time trying to recruit more police, and more time trying to call the president of the United States to get crime in his city under control. The president wants to allow law enforcement, whether it's state, local, federal, to do their jobs, to arrest criminals, to put them behind bars, and to remove public safety threats from American communities. He'll continue to do that. Thank you, guys.
And all righty. Now let's get over to the next video here. Newsom trolls Trump. But before we get into Newsom trolling Trump, I do want to get into Seth's video. So shout out Seth for sending this in. And don't worry, Jet, we'll get right back to your video. Oh, man. Yeah, Gavin Newsom. Probably the most trollable president in history. But hey, shout out. Well, maybe not. You know, JB Pritzker should be pretty easy to troll.
Talking a lot more now.
But all right, let's get into it.
All week we've been talking about this kind of federal takeover, so to speak, supporting the DC police force. The Trump administration, of course, has been talking a lot more now about Chicago. So I want to show you something. The U.S. Navy base near Chicago, where federal forces could launch this new immigration operation in the city. CNN has learned it could happen by the end of next week.
Wow.
The city has long been a target for top Trump administration officials.
Chicago still has a crime problem. So President Trump, again, made a promise to American people, we'll make this country safe again. So Chicago has a crime problem. That's why President Trump's thinking about it.
All right. So if the president is looking for another state to send National Guard, California Governor Gavin Newsom has some ideas.
Okay.
Just look at the murder rate. That's nearly 4 times higher than California's in Louisiana. It's Speaker Johnson. Perhaps the president could deploy the National Guard.
You know, and somebody tried to say, what was it, Chevron, or was it Chevron, Louisiana? And it was actually hilarious. I had to look that up, but I was like, you know, that's pretty interesting. If you're telling me that Republicans ran that the entire time and it's had that high of a murder rate, and I had to look it up. And I said, no, but who's the current mayor? And they had a current mayor who was sworn in 2022, and he's a Republican, but they've had a long history of Black Democratic mayors. Yes, this city that has a murder rate of like 73 to every 100,000, yes, had Black Democratic mayors for most of its history. And then as soon as they get a Republican, now the disingenuous left want to be like, oh, look, but that's a high crime city. They got a Republican mayor who's only been in there for 3 years when y'all been running it for how long? Like, excuse me, let my man cook. Let him do some cleanup.
In every corner of Mississippi. It's the murder rate's out of control there. Carnage.
Chevroport.
We can talk about the carnage in Arkansas, again, one of the top 10 murder states in America. 2.6 times greater than San Francisco. Again, these are just not just observations. They're
most likely also in liberal cities ran by Democrats. That's the problem. If you do it, look, y'all want to call out these red states. All right, let's microscope it. What are the highest crime cities in these red states? And they're ran by Democrats. Y'all low-key cook yourselves when y'all say stuff like this.
Stone cold facts.
They're not.
Yeah, the stone cold facts is that when you look into it and you see the cities, that's why I'm gonna be real with you, these trolls want to talk about red states. Well, I mean, okay, cool. Let's look at who run these high crime cities in these red states, and you will see the obvious pattern of it always being Democrats.
Just observations, they're printouts. So obviously this is something that they're going to be leaning into. And just for a few facts, we have got the violent crime stats for 2024. You can see for yourself some of the cities on that list: Memphis, Detroit, Baltimore, which people have talked about, but also Cleveland and Kansas City. What's interesting to me is there are places that are sending their National Guard to DC. Couldn't they just keep their National Guard where it is and do this whole exercise themselves?
Well, I think the American people understand that crime, and Donald Trump has tapped into this in recent weeks, is a life and death issue.
But the dynamic of being like red state, National Guard here, blue state, like civilian population, like there's something about it that feels like it's creating unnecessarily a divisive feeling.
Well, Gavin Newsom, good example of this. You didn't play the clip, buddy, but he also announced yesterday that he's surging in areas of California where he needs to address a crime problem. So as we've seen Gavin Newsom copy President Trump in terms of his messaging and style on Truth Social, he's also mimicking some of the policies, because I think if you're a political leader right now and crime is perceived as a problem in big cities, yes, you need to respond to those challenges.
The difference is, Rob, I don't think anyone is anti-fighting or dealing with crime.
No. The problem is you guys don't want to admit that you guys run these cities terribly. Like I said, somebody tried to use that Shreveport, Louisiana, as an example of a Republican-ran city that has a high crime rate. But here's the thing: if you look back at the history of mayors, this is like their first Republican mayor in a long time. Actually, the last mayor was a Black Democrat. The mayor before that, Black Democrat. Mayor before that, Black Democrat. Mayor before that, Black Democrat. But then all of a sudden, a Republican comes in, and now y'all want to highlight this. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are completely disingenuous.
Why haven't they done that? I think the difference is this president wants to put color on crime. He wants to politicize crime, i.e., picking at or nagging at cities that have high African-American population.
Bro, because they have high crime. It is what it is, dog. Get over it. Because they have high population African-American cities, that because these African-American children are going out and committing crime. And there's a lot of reasons for it. And if you want to tackle the poverty, if you want to tackle the fact that there's not enough jobs, there's not enough opportunities to these kids to go into outside of the streets, sure, we could talk about that. But let's admit it, though. Let's admit it that, yes, these high crime places are mostly Black areas, highly populated Black areas. So I'm trying to understand why y'all trying to cover that up. Like, why is everybody trying to run away from that argument? It's like, it's okay. Yes, it's the Black people out there in those highly populated cities that are committing most of the crime. We understand that. Fix it. And stop trying to call it racist. Stop trying to beat around the bush about it. Because then y'all pussyfooting. Y'all pussyfooting just because y'all want to say it's Black people? Like, come on. Do y'all not want to fix y'all cities or not? Or y'all want to be politically what? What's the word again? Politically safe? Like what? So you ought to be politically safe over the safety of your people. Like, okay.
Or with African.
Well, my bad. Politically correct
mayors, because when in times of crisis, as Donald Trump is with his poll numbers and his base, he tends to lean on certain things: race, crime, public safety, immigration, and patriotism. That's been his pattern.
Yeah, because not only did y'all flood the U.S. with a whole bunch of immigrants, but a lot of these immigrants went into high crime Black areas and made it even worse. Made the property value go up. Made rent go up, made the houses go up, and it also made the crime worse. Because not only now do we got the Black crime, but now we got immigrant crime. So appreciate that.
Practicing history as an elected official, i.e. president of the United States. So here he is going back to his comfort zone. If Trump cared really about crime in DC, why not meet with the mayor or other mayors around the country, come up with the solution like President Biden did with the Safer in Communities Act, which is why violent crimes are coming down in cities. But he did not do that. He did not even consult the mayor about his plan.
Let me jump in here, Antoine.
Because here's the problem. When the people of DC are complaining and you politicians are covering up, remember, we're for the people, not for you politicians. We understand you want to put a blanket over bad situations to make y'all self look good and keep your political stock, but we rather listen to the people. The people of Chicago are saying, yo, Trump, come over here. People in Cleveland are saying, Trump, come over here. People in DC are saying, Trump, we appreciate it. So you politicians can talk all y'all want, but y'all are just ignoring the problems of y'all people, like y'all been doing for a while now.
Have heard Mayor Bowser say, look, this is working. I've talked to Trump. In recent days, she has spoken differently and made it sound sort of more collaborative. I'm also interested in, Francisca, in bringing you in because you actually got to ask Vance a question I've wanted to know. When does this end? What's the benchmark for when it ends?
And he said that they wouldn't be there indefinitely, not just in Washington, D.C., because I started by asking about Chicago and Baltimore and other cities, that their plan to fight crime isn't necessarily to send in the National Guard indefinitely. But he said that part of this is political, because they're being accused of fascism and other things, that it works better if the cities want them to come in. But as you're pointing out, we've heard these cities and states say they don't want the administration to send in the National Guard. So
No. You heard the politicians say that they don't want the National Guard coming in. The people who actually live in the danger, actually live in the hood, yeah, ask them what they want, because y'all, you know what? Because y'all be going out and asking the rich people, well, do you want the National Guard in these high income, in these high crime areas that you don't live in? You hear what I'm saying? They literally go out there and ask people who don't even live in the goddamn area, who don't experience the crime in the goddamn area, and ask them, do you want the National Guard there? Of course they're going to say no, because they don't even know the effects of it. But go ahead and ask the people in the hoods of Chicago what they want. I guarantee you, they're going to say, yes, we need the feds here. We need the National Guard here. We need them. You go ask the people in Cleveland. They'll tell you, yeah, we do need them here. And anybody who tells you different, they lying to you. It's like, y'all don't really ask the people who this is really affecting, and it's irritating.
was an interesting
So
answer.
they were hearing the criticism is what I hear in general, that concern about being seen as fascist.
Yes, but I also want to point out that of the list that you put up there, I actually spoke to several of those mayors too recently. And I think that they welcome federal help if it's the kind of federal help in areas that they feel that they need help with.
There's always a
Yeah, and they're not even conceding that, though. I mean, here's the thing. Like, if Pritchard came out and says, well, no, all of Chicago, just this one area from here to here that has very high area, so if you could just concentrate it here and we could work something out, that's cool. But it's like, y'all say, no, don't come. You're unconstitutional. You're not helping. I mean, bro, your people are telling you that you're not helping. Like, what's going on here? I thought we listened to our people, not the pride of these politicians. But all right, now let's get over to the right side of media on Fox.
But first, Gavin's not having the truth. That's the focus of tonight's angle. As we head toward the unofficial end of summer, Democrats are scrambling because Trump's scoring big wins. The Dow hit an all-time high today. It turns out tariffs did not tank the economy. In fact, things are soaring. The experts, they're wrong again. And as far as Trump's move in D.C. to federalize law enforcement,
they said we're going towards a recession, but GDP went up 3%. I was like, y'all just gonna keep being wrong, huh? And loving it.
Resounding success. Crime has plummeted. And D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser noted that business owners are happy to feel safe again.
We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. For carjackings, the difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C.
And out on the left coast, the savviest liberal activists, they're flummoxed.
Ooh, she just hates to admit it. She's like, I ain't even gonna lie. The feds came through, this federal insurgent, and crime got cleaned up by like almost over 80%. I mean, shit. It is what it is, guys. I don't know how y'all going to sit there and say that, oh, Trump's not doing the right thing, but Trump done brought down crime by over 80%. Dems, like, when would the TDS stop? Like, come on now. We should all be for stopping crime.
Too. The speed with which the Trump 2.0 game plan is being implemented caught even Gavin Newsom's top climate advisor by surprise.
We thought it would look more like Trump 1.0, and they have a completely different playbook. They had 4 years to study what they did wrong in the first administration and employ new tactics.
Well, so what's next for the Democrats? Meaningful self-reflection? How about new policies that appeal to the middle class? No and no. Insanely enough, they're recycling the same talking points that flopped last year. So democracy, it's under assault. Trump's never going to leave office again. But their own loyalists aren't even buying that line. So listen closely to the audience reaction to Gavin Newsom yesterday.
I don't think Donald Trump wants another election. I have 24 Trump 2028 hats. His folks keep.
I mean, honestly, y'all damn need to find a new enemy, because the problem is Trump's out in 2028. I know we troll with you guys and say Trump's going to get a third term and all this. We trolling you because we like to see y'all get mad sometimes. I'm sorry. We apologize. But let's be honest. You guys got to find something else besides the TDS, Trump's evil, Trump this and that, because Trump ain't going to be running 2028. And if that's all you guys got is what you're going to be saying, well, he was aligned with Trump, that's why he's bad, then you're going to look stupid again. And you guys are going to lose again. Just like you guys possibly lose the midterms because you still haven't came up with any good policies. Just go against Trump.
Sending me. Who spends $200 million on a ballroom at their home and then leaves the house? This is serious, guys. This is serious.
I mean, they're supposed to be serious here. No laughing. Of course, Gavin is lying. He's not that dumb. He obviously knows that Trump is trolling him with the 2020 hats. Get a sense of humor.
I know.
And he knows that Trump wants the ballroom to be part of his legacy and a gift to America when he departs on January 20th, 2029. Listen closely, Gav.
I always said I was going to do something about the ballroom because they should have one. So we'll be leaving it. It'll be a great legacy project, and I think it'll be special. You saw some renderings of the initial. I think it'll be really beautiful.
No government dollars at all.
No government.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? We'll be leaving it. The president was clear, and any claim.
Like he's just gonna take out that whole section of the White House and put it in Mar-a-Lago. It's like y'all are hilarious.
To the contrary, it's just ludicrous, laughable. Now, given the mess that California is in under Democrat leadership, with majorities in both houses, Newsom has a rotten resume to run for the presidency on. Therefore, he resorts to the same desperate scare tactics with the whole democracy will die if Trump gets his way propaganda. So if credibility came from impeccable hair care, he'd be believable. But since it actually comes from results, he has none. So he's getting more frustrated that the lies just aren't landing.
Wake up. We're losing this country in real time. This is not bloviation. This is not exaggeration. It's happening.
Oh, no, it's definitely exaggeration. Like, trust me, my man, it's exaggeration. Because let's be real. Like, I would ask him explain. So how is our democracy being taken? Like, please tell me, like, what right have we lost? Like, let me know. Let me know what right we have lost. Because I'm a bit confused. Like, tell me the people who are getting round up that are American citizens that are just being subjugated to authoritarian rule. Like, please tell me.
You don't get a do-over. 249 years. Those enduring values, best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty. The rule of law is being replaced with the rule of done.
I mean, but then if you really look up what happened in Rome, they kind of went out like how you guys going out with this whole like hypersexuality thing going on. You got transgender ideology. Dudes wanted to be women, women wanted to be men. And then the fall of Rome happened. I mean, like I said, what's the complete culture of Rome that made it great dissolved, just like America, sadly. And that's when the Roman Empire started to fall.
Period. Full stop.
Period. Now, just stop. If he really believed that Trump plans to remain in office and cancel the 2028 election, why did he actually hire already top political consultants for his 2028 run? It would be kind of silly to spend all that money, right? Of course, it makes no sense. Except it does, because he doesn't believe it himself.
Shout out to my man Hellbat. He's like, nah, he is tight. We are freeing the slaves and sending them home for a second time. I'm crying. Shout out Hellbat, because you know what? I agree. When it comes to the illegals, like I don't know what it is, but you know what? There's a lot of farms and there is a lot of farmland in California. So maybe it is in their best interest to keep the illegals coming in so they have people to pay that, $9, $11 an hour. Like, you feel me? And, you know, not all farmers treat their illegals bad. I mean, just like all slave masters didn't treat their slaves bad back in slavery, you know, the parallels. But, hey, should we just let it go because, you know, there are some guys who treat their slaves right? Is that right, guys?
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Now, the second point, and this one's more serious, is that this lie, endlessly repeated, is dangerous. The Minneapolis killer fantasized about murdering Trump in his manifesto. And of course, there were just 2 assassination attempts before that. If deranged people take Gavin at his word, it's kind of predictable that someone could try to stop Trump's presidency by any means necessary, or try to, including by deadly force. But Newsom doesn't care. So the lies, they just don't stop.
He doesn't want more people voting. He wants to suppress and chill the vote.
I mean, what do y'all think y'all doing in these states where they have a good amount of Trump voters, but no Republican seats? Like, what do you think that is?
Wait a second. Trump's for voter suppression? There was a record turnout last election, a fact that Trump regularly celebrates. But of course, since liberals oppose voter ID and they believe that illegal aliens should be allowed to vote, to them, Trump's enforcing immigration law and requiring ID, well, I guess that is tantamount to voter suppression. Look, we know that Newsom's jockeying for the top spot in the party. He's even trying to win over the bro vote.
You know,
you've finally seen some
who in politics? He could probably be party leader, but president, nah.
photos of me that have been untouched, which is
Keem
good. Some of the
I've seen
photos without my shirt. Those are some actual.
You know, Keem Jeffries. What's his new nickname? APAC Shakur. APAC Shakur is crazy. I mean, bro, they did all that bucking against Israel just to sign the dotted lines to give Israel more defense funding. I was like, bruh, come on now. All that bucking y'all did, and y'all just turned tail like that, sign on the dotted lines. Oh, man, the disgrace.
Actual authentic photos out there.
Oh, no thanks. Now, none of this is working. And Trump, he's just laughing.
He will send the National Guard. He will send them all across this country, and he will do so through Election Day. He'll be sending them to voting booths and polling places all across this country. This is a real and serious moment in U.S. history.
I mean, it's like tumbleweeds were blowing through that place. No one seems to react. If that guy is your savior, my friends, it's over.
They probably thought Gavin Newsom was going to say something a little bit more, I don't know, thought-provoking. But then when you just go after the same, like, fear-mongering about Trump, it's just like, bro, I hear this on MSNBC. I hear this on CNN. I hear this on every mainstream media. Like, and then I come here, think you're going to say something different. You know what you tell me, Gavin? You tell me the same goddamn thing, bro. Like, what? I'm tired of it. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how Dems are feeling, at least the sensible ones. Like, I'm tired of it, bro. I hear it all over the news, and you tell me I got to come sit down and listen to you say it in live. Listen to you say it live, when I could just sit home on TV and watch CNN.
Oh, Gab also took a shot at Hannity and yours truly, asking, how can we oppose socialism, Mamdani style, but not question the Trump administration purchasing a 10% stake in Intel?
I love these guys. Hey, Sean Hannity, you watching? You're so disgusted, Laura, so sickened by Mamdani talking about, socializing a bodega or something, or a grocery store. And here you are, Intel. You just socialize and nationalize Intel.
Weak.
Really?
Intel, chip maker, national security.
I mean, bro, you're gonna unsocialize your tax system? Like, shoot, you want to try that out? Since you talking, okay? I know. Let's say everybody draw back on socialism. You criticize Mamdani, and you also lean back on your tax policy. We know you're right. We should lean off of Intel. We should lead off on getting stock in Intel. Okay, fair is fair.
Security. A little different from the government owning grocery stores and setting prices, just a little bit. Plus, when I interviewed Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, I did raise Rand Paul's criticism of the deal. But again, Gavin's not having the truth. When you really think about it, the governor of California, one of our great states, our largest state, should be a really serious person, and Newsom simply is not that. Do you think he's thought for 1 second about how vulnerable we are without our own chip-making source? Actually, how to do the important stuff? Of course not. But like the rest of his party, we just yell fascist and dictator when they have no ideas. Newsom has all the gravitas of a teenage social media influencer. But he is right about one thing. These are dangerous times. And we can only hope that after the tragic events in Minneapolis, Newsom will decide against continuing to lie about President Trump and the future of American democracy. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
All right, and that is quite the angle. But all right, now let's get over to our man, Dr. Oz, the guy who's running our healthcare services, or, Medicaid and Medicare, the main things that you just like to complain about. Reasonably so, though. All right, now let's get into it.
Washington spent a lifetime turning Medicaid into just another government handout. Fraud was rampant while taxpayers picked up the tab. It was unsustainable, and Democrats knew it. President Trump has changed that. His one big beautiful bill put the program back on track. States can no longer game the system, abuse is being rooted out, and work requirements are now a reality. Leading this turnaround is CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz. After a career in medicine and television, he's now focused on making Medicaid more sustainable and restoring dignity to millions of Americans. His message is clear. Medicaid should be a hand up, not a hand out. As Dr. Oz puts it, you can't be a wealthy country if you're not a healthy country.
Ooh.
So Dr. Oz, we all know you. You become a household name, really, and you had so much going on. We really saw things kind of change for you in 2022, though. You decided to get into the world of politics. So take me back for a minute at that decision and really talk about how it changed your life, because I think things kind of started to change after that for you.
I've always been in the change business. In heart surgery, I love doing the operations and taking care of patients, but I kept thinking, how can we change the way we do our operations? The TV show, which you've been on, was primarily about getting people to change their thoughts about what they thought they could do in their life. So by getting the message across that you win the battle for health in your kitchen, your living room, your bedroom, it changed minds. And all of a sudden we saw people get empowered. For me, politics was an obvious next step, because if you really want to change the country for the better, you have to get involved where decisions are being made. Instead of complaining about it, you might as well roll your sleeves up, get in the ring, and start fighting for what you think matters. And that's what 2022 taught me. It wasn't the outcome that I desired, but I learned a lot about how people within policy and politics start making decisions that shape the country. And I also learned a lot about President Trump. Going through the last couple of years, how much pressure there was on him to not do the right thing, and how he was going to be strong in the face of that adversity. And that makes him a mentor to a lot of us serving in the administration now. And I think it's seen here at Health and Human Services, where Bobby Kennedy is a spectacular and brave leader who wants us to work together. Marty, Jay, me, he wants us collaborating to find ways we can reach across agencies, get out of the silos that have historically existed, and fix the problems that are plaguing America. You don't just make America healthy again by getting people to eat better, but you have to get them to feel they have power about their future and start to act on it.
You say being the administrator for the Center of Medicare and Medicaid is the best job you've ever had. Why?
This is the best job I've ever had, and I've had some great ones. But here at CMS, I'm surrounded by thousands and thousands of extraordinarily bright, mission-aligned people who are passionate about making sure healthcare works better for the American people. And every decision I have in this office changes how billions of dollars are spent in order to incentivize the right behavior, to get beneficiaries, people, Americans, incentivized to do the right thing for themselves, empower them to take action. But it also changes how doctors and hospitals, insurance companies, and all these guys work together. And it's hard to take some of these steps because people don't like it when you mess with the bottom line, their bottom line. But our bottom line is the American people. And with the support from the president and Secretary Kennedy, every single day, for me anyway, is a journey into a wonderful world.
There are a lot of people out there who were told that they should be concerned about losing access to Medicaid because of the one big, beautiful bill. Maybe you can give the truth to the American people. What is the reality of the situation with that?
Please. This is a program that over the last several years during COVID dramatically changed from what it was originally created to do 60 years ago. When you walked into the entranceway of this building, there's a plaque on the left that Hubert Humphrey gave a quote for, and it says, "It is the moral obligation of government to take care of those at the dawn of life, the children, those at the twilight of life, the seniors, the mature, elderly, and those living in the shadows." It is tough to take care of people who are vulnerable. but every great society does it, and we're great people who are going to do that. That's the focus. Somehow the system, it slipped, right? Through drift or maybe by design, it became a very different program over the last several years. We wanted to put the clock back to where it was before COVID, when the program was viable, when it was working. And the president was very clear. He wanted to cut the fraud, the waste, and the abuse out. The abuse happened to a large extent because there were these mechanisms to pay states extra money, so they weren't responsible for their own actions. It was basically legalized money laundering. But there's also this phenomenon of able-bodied people being on Medicaid. So we decided to push hard. The president was very supportive of this, on getting Americans back to work by encouraging folks who are able-bodied on Medicaid to go volunteer, get an education, work more hours, just do stuff that shows you're engaged with your fellow man. I think it takes people out of the trap of being stuck in Medicaid. And it also allows them to move up the ladder, get jobs, make more.
Not completely depend on it, like their life depends on it. And here's the thing, though, it's supposed to be people who can't really work. If you can go out there and work, you're just being lazy, then yeah, you deserve to lose your Medicaid. If you can go out there and put into the same system you're putting out of, that you're taking more out of than you're putting in, then yeah, you should go do so. And we shouldn't reward anybody who refuses to do so. They should go ahead and lose their Medicaid benefits. It is what it is.
Money, get out of poverty, and begin to feel more pride in what they're achieving in life.
Well, you've talked about partnering potentially with technology companies to cut the waste and fraud in the Medicare system and kind of bring it into the 21st century. It's really not there yet. So how can you do that? What is the—
Hey, shout out to my man Jay. He says, got my nasty case of rabbit rabies cured by, thank you, Trump. Hey, and shout out Trump. And rabbit rabies, hold on, you mean your dog? Or oh shit, you know what? Hey, we'll just take the win. We'll just take the win, dog. Shout out my man Jay.
Plan there.
The idea that we would use information to advance and improve healthcare is one that everyone should be wondering, well, why hasn't it already happened? You own, Laura, your own medical records. They're yours. You paid for them. Yet we never have made it clear to you how you get access to it. So now that you know you own your medical records, you can protect them and put them away safely so no one can see them, or you're going to have the option within the next few months to take those medical records and share them as you wish with your doctor, with the hospital.
Yeah, man, you don't want to show nobody your medical records, so now they know your weaknesses. They know that you're allergic to shellfish. They might low-key slip you a shrimp in your, I don't know what. I'm just playing. But yeah, you can make sure keep your medical records private. And it would be nice to be able to access our medical records a whole lot easier.
A clinic, or with an app that's making a solution to help you with a problem that you're worried about. So we're going to create an ecosystem, but it only works if the information within healthcare is shared. President Trump passed rules in the first administration, let this happen. It all got shut down in the last couple of years. We're doing what 2025 would mandate, taking the best tools we have available, and every major technology company's gotten involved in this. They're going to make it easier for you to get smarter about yourself. It empowers you, and to me, that's the ultimate Maha move. We're doing to healthcare what's already happened across the world in other areas. It's about time we do it for the American people.
I think I know the first time you met President Trump, but maybe you can tell us the story. I believe it was you were having an event and you wanted to do it at one of his golf courses. But do you remember the first time you met?
Of course. I'm so happy I can even talk about it. I'm surprised you remember it. We have a kids foundation. It's about 20 years old, and we had just started it. So this program needed to have some big launch event, and we needed a golf course. So
this is why I like Dr. Oz, because when he's a real doctor, and he pretty much, and any real doctor or any real medical professional knows the ins and outs of Medicaid and Medicare, and they kind of know how people like scam it. They kind of already know how, like, if you get an illegal immigrant that comes in, how it gets charged to the government. They don't really make nothing on it. Hospitals don't really make nothing on these Medicaid patients is either Medicare and Medicaid patients. They don't really make anything, and they got to depend on the guys who actually do got private insurance or work insurance and all that good stuff, which is basically private. So yeah, it is pretty much tough out here, and we get more people to be independent. That just helps relieve all the pressure off the healthcare system that could be given to other people. So don't be such a selfish bastard. Okay, let's keep it going. Next video. All right, guys, let's get right into it, because apparently these town halls are getting a bit ridiculous. Voters heckle House Republicans at town hall. And I remember during the beginning of the election, that is all these Democrats wanted, which is just go down there and harass their Republican representatives over nothing. But let's get into it.
So House Republicans have one last holiday weekend before they head back to Washington on Tuesday, but returning to the Capitol may be a relief after getting an earful from constituents at home this week on everything from immigration, healthcare, taxes, and more. Voters speaking out at a ribbon cutting in Maine and at Ohio and Alabama town halls. So let's take a listen.
It's just a whole bunch of disgruntled voters, Democrats who show up to these town halls just to be disruptive. It's like literally children. It's unprofessional. Like they don't sit down and be quiet. They don't want to sit there and ask questions of these people. They're just there to just be disruptive, like children.
Trump is doing a great job of securing our border.
I'm weak. It was like the little no. What you mean Trump is protecting the border? No. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done. Yes, they're too much.
False. Shame.
And shout out to Steph. She's going to sleep. No. Okay, I'm just playing, but you are forgetting something. I think it was okay. Don't worry, I'll get back to our man's video. But I'm sorry, I gotta go back, bro. That was too funny. He said Trump is doing great on immigration. No.
Answer the question, you coward. Trump is doing a great job of securing our border. For a citizen and non-citizen are different. False. Shame.
Wow, Megan Hayes and Maura Gillespie are back with me. Do you want to guys quickly react? Megan, you first, and then Maura.
I'm sorry, but even they're laughing. Even they know this is like buffoonery at its finest. This is just funny. No.
That's pretty harsh rhetoric. I mean, it sounds like constituents were not at all buying what these representatives were selling.
Yeah, I mean, this is where elections matter. These representatives, they respond to their constituents. They owe something to their constituents, and they view it that they are now getting their members are now bending to Donald Trump. These are wildly unpopular policies. The tariffs are taxes on the middle class and taxes on the American people. That's all that they are. They're taking away Medicaid and benefits for children with the big, beautiful bill. So, I mean, these constituents have a right to be angry, and they are showing their displeasure to their members. And this is really concerning heading into the midterms.
Maura, your thoughts on what we heard?
Because they know what they're dealing with pretty much, honestly. People dealing with propaganda. Like, yeah, you've been propagandized to think that, but I would ask them, like, whoa, so you tell me, can your child go get Medicaid right now? And there'll probably be some, I don't even have any children, but I know, whoa, hold on. You don't got no children that's on Medicaid, Medicare, and you're over here complaining to me about Medicaid, Medicare? Like, what's going on here? Like, make it make sense. You know, I would like, and that's what I'm saying. They don't want to have a real conversation with you because they know that they stand on nothing.
Just a round of applause for these members for actually doing an in-person town hall, because I know plenty of members of Congress who do not do them for this very reason, because most likely as a society, we are more apt to show something to complain about it than we are to celebrate it. And that's a sad reality, but it is. I mean, think about comments that are made on restaurant reviews. More often than not, they're probably negative because people go and complain rather than they go to say, yeah, we had a great meal. It was lovely. And it's unfortunate, but it is the reality. So I just want to say to these members, it's a good thing that they went out to their communities to listen to people and let them bend and let them share how frustrated they are. That's a positive thing. I know it doesn't feel like it, but kudos to them and to their offices for doing it.
Well, that's your interpretation, and it is certainly for constituents, but there are some who are hearing all this that are not taking it as well. Let's consider, Megan, the NBC report that Iowa Republican Senator Joni Ernst will not run for re-election next year. And look, we all remember her viral town hall moment. Are these reactions, again, showing these elected representatives we're not buying it, and you've got to do something to change it. And what extent do you think they will do something to change, given the tenor in Washington right now?
Look, I think the arrogance of that town hall really hurt Joni Ernst in her comments. It was extremely arrogant. The policies are extremely unpopular, even in a deep red state. Taking away Medicaid is really
no, the policies are not unpopular. We understand what's going on. The problem is you guys are lying. You're pretending like these are Republican voters, but no, there's a bunch of Democrats who go there and literally chastise these people. Like, as you see, there's people in the front who are all quiet, and those are the Republicans. The guys who are yelling in the back, those are the Democrats who are just showing up to be disruptive. That's the problem. They're like literally misreporting what is happening at these towns hall, making it sound like it's everybody in the crowd when no, it's literally just the people in the back. Like, it makes no sense.
Unpopular policy across the United States. Look, a Democrat may not win in a very red state like Iowa, but maybe a true Republican with actual morals and ethics and will have the same ideology as the actual Republican Party could win, and not someone who's just going to kowtow to Donald Trump.
And Maura, we had Republican Congressman Mark Alford.
Most of those people in the red state voted for Donald Trump. You guys make no sense. But then again, though, you guys are also trying to spread the lie of the what was it? The Republicans for Kamala. Yeah, I mean, y'all the ones that try to do that. So I'm not too surprised y'all would try to pull this type of maneuver. It's kind of sad. Like I said, if you actually go to those town meetings in Republicans, trust me, it was actually exposed that people aren't mad. It's just that these Republicans, but these Democrats show up to these Republican town hall meetings, and then they just completely act out like children. It's quite a sad thing to see. But hey, it is what it is.
Fourth special election. One of the authors there, James Gallagher of Northern California, said that this impacts water rights, the price of fuel, firefighting resources, the battle between ranchers and environmentalists, and so on.
Gavin Newsom is such a selfish, power-hungry politician. He's willing to disenfranchise his own voters, sacrifice them at the altar of the Democrat Party, just to try and get some national recognition to improve his presidential odds. He is putting his presidential ambitions above his duties as the governor. Donald Trump received 40% of the votes in California, yet they only have 17% of their House seats that are Republican. So they're already living under these extremely unfair maps. And now Gavin Newsom's plan is to reduce that 17% to like 10 or 11%.
And shout out to H3. Like, did you hear that they voted 3-2 to raise the Israeli flag instead of the American public schools in Beverly Hills? Ain't no way they're about to do that. There's no way. But I'll look it up though, just cause you super chatted in, I'll definitely look it up. Because ain't no way, dog. Like, I don't think they're gonna go that far. The Zionists ain't that crazy now.
And the Republicans in California are fed up.
I take that back. They are a bit out there. But you know, they correct themselves in the right time.
The inland, rural parts of California share none of the same concerns as the coastal, elite, expensive, woke cities. But yet, those cities are going to have unilateral control over the direction of the entire state. Gavin Newsom is so power hungry that despite a bill called Prop 36 in California passing, which is supposed to revert all criminal penalties back to where they were pre-George Floyd, because after the whole defund the police fiasco, California went super soft on crime and instituted policies like if you shoplifted under $1,000, it'd be a misdemeanor, but you probably wouldn't even be charged. And obviously this led to an insane...
All right, actually, I did look it up though. So let's see here. Now they, like I said, they always sound slightly self-correct, but they did propose it. No public school in Beverly Hills will not be displaying the Israeli flag after the superintendent overruled the school's board recent 3-2 votes. You were right about the vote to do so, citing safety concerns and a surge in backlash and threats against staff and students. A temporary flag memorial for October 7th victims was previously installed by the city of Beverly Hills in January 2024, but this is a separate matter from the school district recent decision. And that school district is Wyland. I don't even know why they even tried that. Let's see. The Beverly Hills Unified School District Board narrowly voted to display Israeli flag on campuses annually in May to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month. Wait, what? Wait, what? Since when? Wait, they got a month? Huh, interesting. Shit, I found out today. Huh.
Spike in crime, followed by stores
I
closing.
ain't mad at
And
it.
so
I'm
the
just
citizens
surprised.
want that to stop. They want that to revert back to the old penalties. And Gavin Newsom won't put it forward because he says the state doesn't have the money for it. But yet he took $50 billion of state funds to Trump-proof the state for his own personal gripes. He consistently sacrifices the well-being of his own constituents for his personal political gain. And that's why earlier this year, Bill Maher called him out to his face on his show for being extremely divisive. Watch this.
I feel like the last couple of years, you've like purposely picked this fight with the red states. I mean, the DeSantis. Yeah, but I don't want to live in the Civil War country.
I agree with that.
You know what?
Well,
but you seem like you purposely want to set up this dichotomy between, oh, this is a blue state and that's a red state. And I don't want to live in that country. I like Florida.
I'm with you. And by the way, I like Florida as well. I like all these states. I completely agree. I don't want to have a state of mind that's a constant fight and flight. We've gone through so much. We've been polarized and traumatized. It's been a tough 5-6 years.
Gavin Newsom will never become president because he has the worst track record of any politician there is. From his time as governor or lieutenant governor or mayor of San Francisco, it has been massive failure after failure after failure. But Gavin Newsom doesn't care about results or effectiveness. He just cares about public perception. But the mistake that he's making is the real world isn't X. It isn't social media. But the Democrats can't win in any tangible way. The only way they can feel any sense of success is by looking how many likes a post gets or how many followers their accounts have. And that's why they've decided to pander to the internet at the expense of actual people in real life. And while people on the internet may digest whatever piece of anti-Trump slop he shoves down their throat, that message isn't going to translate to real life. So here's Gavin Newsom at a Politico conference just making up an imaginary world where every world leader has called Gavin Newsom and told him that they're laughing behind Trump's back. Take a look.
I've had the privilege of meeting a lot of foreign leaders. I've had a chance.
What's the general? It's not putting.
They're laughing behind his back. That did not happen. I'm making this clear.
They're telling.
Do not conflate what I just said with the meeting I had with the Denmark delegation.
No, it wasn't them. Other foreign leaders are laughing.
I've had dozens and dozens. Ambassadors met with him.
What are they saying?
They're laughing behind his back. He's being played everywhere.
Laughing behind his back, but they bend the knee to his face. I mean, you can laugh behind my back, but I mean, you're gonna bend the knee in front of me. I mean, all right, cool. It is what it is. I mean, you're gonna do what I say, but then laugh behind my back. It is what it is, bro. I mean, shoot, the EU was trying to talk crazy and then they capitulated. I mean, China was talking crazy, capitulated. UK talking crazy, capitulated. Now we're just waiting on Canada. And Canada, they might be losing one day top supporters. Not top supporters, but top providences. So it is what it is, guys. Everybody talks big to America, but then they bend the knee when they're in front of us. I mean, hey, it is what it is. Look, I don't know why y'all world leaders be, hyping y'all heads up to talk oh so crazy, but then bend the knee when it really matters. Okay, I don't know why they do y'all like that. Talk to them, not us.
It's an embarrassment.
Number one, does he really think we believe that world leaders are just calling up Gavin Newsom and venting to him like it's a therapy session? And number two, let's even say he was right. They're laughing behind Trump's back. Well, they signed a commitment to increase NATO spending from 2% to 5%. We've gotten extremely favorable trade deals from all of our European allies. Adults don't prioritize what other people think about them at the expense of getting things done that need to get.
It's like, how are they going? I'm like, they're laughing behind my back, but I pretty much fleeced them in a trade deal. I mean, okay, go ahead and laugh. You can laugh and cry at the same time, my friend. It's okay.
Done. Imagine being the president of the United States and you're so insecure that you're more concerned about your peers liking you than you are getting things done for the American people. And that's why Democrats are such hypocrites who lack principle or a consistent moral compass. What they believe.
And shout out to my man Hellbad. He said they just lashing at the spray tan. We forgive. Shout out. Hey, shout out to supporters, guys. Any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it, and even look up some of the stuff you're saying. Hey, if you want me to look some up of the stuff you're saying, take the same approach my man H3B did, okay? Or hopefully I said that right. But yeah, take the same approach he did. Just send in a super chat, and I'll be happy to look that up.
And what's important to them changes based on what the Democrat establishment claims is important at the time and will maintain their acceptance within the group. 1 week they're waving Mexican flags. 1 week they're waving Gaza flags. 1 week they're waving Ukraine flags. They care about the genocide going on in Palestine, but not the one in Burma, or not the one in China, or not the one in Syria. Why? Because the party hasn't deemed it important, because their friendships aren't predicated on virtue signaling about that particular issue. But the last thing I'm going to show you is Gavin doing his typical lying, deceitful manipulation of numbers to try to make a point, because he's a slimy sleazebag.
Well, I think you should start with Shreveport, Louisiana, in Speaker Johnson's district that has 6+ times the per capita murder rate of Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco. What about the carnage, Mr. President, in Shreveport? Why aren't you protecting the folks there? 8 of the
in Shreveport. Oh, that's how they pronounce it. Shreveport. Yeah, Shreveport has had a Republican mayor for how long? Oh, yes, 3 years. But who was the last one after that? Oh, it was a black Democrat. Yes, the last mayor at Shreveport was a black Democrat. Actually, you know what? It's time to actually cook you guys on this one.
top 10 murder states in this country, red states. What bullshit. And everyone knows it. Everybody knows it.
No.
Again, it's acts of authoritarianism. It's acts of power on a person that is trying to use his its formal authority, and it's depleting, and it's weak. It's increasingly weak, and it's increasingly desperate.
So this is a common line being regurgitated by Democrat mayors and Democrat governors. 13 out of the 20 top murder states are Republican. Why is Donald?
I want to show you guys something. This is the list of mayors of Shreveport, Louisiana. This right now is that Tom guy that I was talking about. Came in 2022, right? So who was that before to him? Because Democrat. Before him, Democrat. Before that guy, Democrat. After that guy, Democrat. So during his highest crime years, who controlled that city that has such a high murder rate? I mean, the bro just got into power. He's still cooking. But how long have you guys had that city? Yeah, this is what they don't show you. I mean, oh, wait, let's go to the two Republicans from here and there. No, oh, wait, Democrat. I mean, for a long time, y'all been Democrat, and this city has had high crime problems. But you want to sit there and blame Republicans? Like, y'all had it majority of the time. See, y'all cook yourselves. Y'all do it to yourselves, okay? Like, don't come crying to me about, oh, these red. Well, what about the Republican mayor in Shreveport, bro? This guy just got in there. You guys been running that for years, like generations. Damn. Now let me go back to that list because I think y'all been going. I think y'all started out Democratic. No, never mind. Nope. Y'all been Democratic for about 1840, then 1840s. Like, bro, y'all had a long time of running this high crime city, and y'all still effed it up, even from back in the day. Like, and y'all want to blame Republicans? Okay, all right. Keep it up with those disingenuous arguments. You're going to get cooked every time. You're going to get cooked every time. He just got there. He's been holding it for 3 years, but we're talking about the high crime area that's been a high crime area for longer than he's been in office. So you're not going to sit there and pretend like, oh, well, just because the Republican's office went high crime, you're lying. Like, come on now.
Donald Trump focused on the Democrat ones, and it's purposely misleading. Because 19 out of the 20 highest murder rate cities are all ran by Democrat mayors. And they'll respond with, so when it's a blue city in a blue state, it's the governor's fault. But when it's a blue city in a red state, now suddenly it's the mayor's fault. And because Democrats don't have the ability to critically think one move past whatever they're saying or trying to do, they don't realize, yes, that is the issue. And here's why. Crime in a Democrat city within a Democrat state is the governor's fault if that state's governor is defunding police resources or instituting soft crime laws that
Shreveport. All right, it's pronounced Shreveport. All right, I got you, dog. Hey, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. But bro, I can't believe these guys. This is literally the history. This is the history of our people over there in Shreveport. Yeah. Literally the history. So we got 2022, but you're telling me during the highest crime era, we're talking about 2022, 2018, like these times right here. That means nothing. That means nothing at all, right? Okay, you guys are being disingenuous with y'all argument then. I mean, y'all can't have it for majority of the time. Then the one time a Republican can get in, now y'all want to highlight the crime there? Oh, okay, yeah, that's rich. I mean, that is real rich, guys. I'll be honest.
Then those city district attorneys follow. If California at a state level, through Gavin Newsom's approval, says that now theft under $1,000 is basically just a slap on the wrist, and the cities decide.
Anybody else want to bring up a red state so we can look up all the blue cities in there and just prove you wrong? Like super chat in a red state that you just want me to go through and prove how each one of those high crime areas or each one of them high crime cities is ran by a Democrat. Please, we could do this all day.
To follow that, and it leads to a surge in crime, then yes, it's Gavin Newsom's fault. But if a red state governor maintains strong, harsh criminal laws, but those Democrat city councils and Democrat mayors and Democrat district attorneys decide that they're going to follow a whole different set of laws.
Shreveport. Man, shout out to my man Jay. He says, what if Trump changes tan from orange to brown? Dems. To brown Dems. Ah, man, be quite the metamorphosis.
Then the onus for the failure is on that mayor, not the governor of the red state. He'll rattle off the statistic California is the 4th largest economy in the world, which is true, but he makes it seem like it's due to outstanding Democrat fiscal policy. Democrat fiscal policy is $188 billion spent 20 years down the drain for a high-speed rail that hasn't laid a mile of track. The reason California is the 4th largest economy in the world is the same reason California has the most homeless people in the United States. It's absolutely stunningly beautiful, and they are blessed with a state that is so geographically diverse. Beautiful, perfect weather in Southern California, that the world's richest people will live there despite the policies being absolutely garbage. And when you have that much capital in the state, inevitably the GDP is going to be high. But that same beauty and ease of life is the reason why homeless people go there. There is no area on planet Earth where it's easier to be homeless than in Southern California. But Gavin,
I mean, you ain't got to worry about a winter. I mean, bro, homeless. Look, you think homeless people got it bad in California? Imagine how homeless people got it bad in northern states. I mean, they got to deal with a whole winter.
Newsom's a snake, and that's what he does. And his failures in California, combined with his new strategy of mocking and ridiculing Christians, is going to lead to the most epic crash and burn we've ever seen in political history if he still decides to run in 2028. But let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. If you enjoyed the video, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Turn on those notification bells.
So I said, what's a model red city? I mean, all the cities outside of a blue state. I'm out, bro. All the cities outside of a blue city, those are your model red ones right there, my friend. So look at your map and then look at all the cities outside that are red and be like, okay, there you go. There you go. Not the most popular ones, but yeah, I'm pretty actually I can name some model red cities. To be quite honest, which I could. But it's kind of funny to ask you, name the model blue ones. Name the model blue ones. Because I can name you some model red cities, but I would actually want you to name me a model blue. Like, why not? If you could do so, I'll go ahead and knock off a list. But if you can't name me no model blue cities, then, I mean, come on now, bro. You're kind of going for my argument. Because let's be real, most low crime areas are in these red areas. In these, but not so populated areas, but they are in red areas. So yes, it do be in the most red areas or conservative areas where there are less crime. That's just the fact of the matter.
A lot of even journalists may not realize what we mean when we say sanctuary city. You know, it's a term that can have a lot of meanings. It can mean free welfare for illegal immigrants, and often does, and free benefits for illegals, and often does. But the core definition is used by ICE of a sanctuary city is a city where when an illegal alien is charged or convicted of a crime, they are not turned over to ICE for removal. So just as a simple comparison, if in, say, the state of Texas, 10 illegal aliens are arrested for committing a crime and they're about to be released, ICE will issue a detainer and they'll be transferred from the state or local custody to ICE, and then ICE will then put them in detention and deport them. In California, they will not be handed over to ICE. They'll be released at time and place unknown, and then ICE will have to go searching for weeks, months to find them. And in many cases, those aliens will go on to commit additional serious offenses, including oftentimes, as we've seen over and over again, rape and murder. And so that is the reason why it's so essential to prioritize enforcement in sanctuary cities.
Can you comment on the Federal Register published restrictions on terms for visas for students and journalists, foreign journalists? Can you comment on the rationale for those term limits, 4 years, and then like journalists 240 days?
No, I think it's just a programmatic integrity measure to make sure that while you're in that status, you should be in fact at a school learning and educating. We found a lot of cases where someone applied for a student
I'm sorry, bro. Cheese. That was the most ignorant comment I've ever heard in my life. Them are actually trying to help rural areas get Wi-Fi. Bro, you stupid? Like, what? I'm sorry, bro, but come on, though. That speaks to how much of a bubble you live in. You don't think people in rural areas have Wi-Fi? You don't think they can get Wi-Fi? Dog. I mean, I guess you don't see how you get all these country-ass TikToks in the middle of the woods and all that good stuff. I mean, I guess you don't see how they do it at their house. I mean, okay, Spectrum and all that don't exist. Other Wi-Fi providers that work well in those areas, I guess those don't exist, like Verizon and all that. They gotta also cheap Wi-Fi service. Bro, what? It's like, dog, y'all really don't know anything outside y'all bubble. It's crazy.
So they got it, and then 11 years later, they're still
if you're in the rural area, tell me, do you need help getting Wi-Fi? Bro,
at that point in time,
Wi-Fi,
obviously your education would clearly be over. So just making sure it's a way to cut down on fraud, to make sure that foreign students are actually being educated at schools and are not just staying on that status without actually being enrolled students.
Journalists,
that was funny.
They limiting them to 240 days.
It's just a program integrity measure. That's all.
On summit last Monday.
I'm sorry, Miss Joe Super Chat, bro. That Wi-Fi comment took me out the game. He's like, we were trying to get rural areas Wi-Fi. Why not help y'all inner cities fight crime? Why not bring down crime in inner cities? Look at y'all trying to run away from the main thing. You're trying to help people who don't need help getting Wi-Fi get Wi-Fi. Oh my goodness, bro. All right. That was funny. That was a banger. That was a banger right there. But shout out to my man Hellbat. He says they already He's like, they are already racist, so that wouldn't change a thing. I mean, facts. Like, bruh, I think you really you really actually do need to study that. Like in rural areas, we're trying to get them Wi-Fi. It's like, though, you really look down on people like that think they need help getting Wi-Fi, bro. That's like that one. What was it? I think it was like, who said that? It was that one Democratic politician who said black people need help, with laptops and all that. They don't know how to use computers in these impoverished areas. I'm like, bro, what? That's pretty much what you said. Like, you wild, these country bunking, these hillbillies, man, we got to help them get Wi-Fi. They know how to set up shit. They can't do nothing, those rural folks. Like, bro.
United States summit. Is there any joint statement offered by both countries? If not, why?
I don't have any news to make on that except to say that the president has been very clear about his expectations for South Korea in terms of what an investment deal, in terms of what a fair and balanced trade deal looks like. And our Secretary of Commerce is working on that as we speak, as of course is the rest of the president's trade team. And as soon as we have an update, we'll share it with you.
Mr. Miller, would
yes.
U.S. tariff Norway after its sovereign wealth fund said it wouldn't invest in Caterpillar for selling to Israel? Do you have any insight into that?
No insight right now. Sorry.
And then separately, the Lisa Cook court hearing ended with no decision. Have you spoken with the president about that hearing today?
I don't have an update on that except to say that the president's authority as the head of the executive branch to terminate executive branch employees is a plenary authority that is fundamental to our constitutional order. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. On Kilmar Garcia, could you just speak a little bit about the administration's decision to keep him in ICE detention, taking up a bed when he's already on the U.S. Marshals monitoring service because of the criminal trial? And also, if you could speak to the decision or the plan to deport him to Uganda. The judge in the immigration case raised concerns about coercion with that in a hearing earlier this week.
Why would it be coercion to send somebody to Uganda?
They said it was possible coercion. They didn't make.
No. I'm just yes. It was a rhetorical question, which I'll address. But so first of all, this is the issue with crazy liberal judges everywhere, is people who are a clear flight risk, a clear threat to public safety, get released over and over and over again. We see that here in Washington, D.C., not in the immigration context, but you see individuals all the time who are charged with extremely serious crimes. They are released on their own recognizance, and they go on to commit robbery, muggings, carjackings, murder. I mean, I've seen example after example of extremely serious felony, including homicides, where the individual would have been in jail but for the fact that they were released by a judge. Obviously, the U.S. government, with someone who is an extreme flight and public safety risk, like Garcia, we are not going to allow them to be on the street where they can engage. I mean, this is someone, as you know, who's not only a member of a terrorist organization, who's not only been accused of battery, but who's been accused of grave crimes against children. This is not someone we're going to allow to be out on the street. Now, so the point about Uganda, you just have to marvel at this. The same left-wing NGOs who tell us that we should open our borders to all the poor countries of the world also tell us that it would be unfair, improper to have anybody live in those countries. Well, if those countries don't have good systems of law and good systems of governance.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, why do pedophiles never win a race? Because the like to come in a little behind. Hey, yo, I ain't gonna lie. Jail. You're going to jail, bro. You are going to jail, Hellbat.
Going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Like, bro.
Say what?
Okay, that took me off. Whoa. Well. And man, shout out what was it? I'm about to say Yourself or yourself or something like that. We'll call you 1996. But shout out to my man 96. He says, come on, cheese curb, wake up, man. Oh God, it's like, bro, Wi-Fi for rural areas. Like, why not? We're trying to help get more manufacturing and factories out to the rural areas so they can have more jobs set. Instead, we want to give them Wi-Fi so we can take their jobs away and let them wither away on what? TikTok? That's all, they got Wi-Fi set. We took the jobs away, but they got Wi-Fi set. Like, God damn it, Dems. I wish I had good points sometimes. I really did. I really do. I don't want the Republicans to dominate the entire government. I don't want that. But the way y'all acting right now, that just might happen.
Then why would we want to have open migration from those countries? So these two propositions are in complete conflict. But more fundamentally, remember, Garcia has said he doesn't want to go back home to El Salvador. That's what he said. So we're honoring that request by providing him with an alternate place to live. We're not a travel booking agency. It's not our job to say to illegal alien terrorists, pick your favorite destination in the world and we'll send you a charter jet there.
Yourself.
We have countries that have very graciously agreed to help resettle nationals from other countries, which is a great benefit to the United States.
I believe.
And obviously that's something that Garcia is eligible for.
Stephen, the French president has said today that if Putin doesn't have talks with Zelensky, then President Trump will have been, quote, played. Is that true? Is President Trump being played by President Putin at the moment?
Such an absurd question. President Trump has achieved 7 peace deals in 7 months. No president in history has done more to advance the cause of peace. He's been nominated by multiple world leaders for the Nobel Peace Prize. Literally no president, not just in our lifetimes, but that I can think of in American history, and no world leader anywhere today, anywhere on earth, has done more to advance world peace than President Trump. He's ended the conflict between Israel and Iran. He's ended the conflict between Rwanda and Congo, between India and Pakistan, Azerbaijan. I mean, example after example after example. And obviously, he's working steadfastly to end the killing in Ukraine. And keep in mind, this is President Biden's war. It started because of President Biden, and President Trump inherited President Biden's war, and he's working steadfastly to end the killing. And that's something.
Now, somebody said, you know what, Seth, you won't look it up. And I had to. I just had to look this up because I looked into it. I mean, to get wide for the rural areas, government uses programs like USDA, Reconnect program, and Beam program. And I'm just like, okay, so what does this have to do with Dems giving, rural areas Wi-Fi? And I had to look into it. And I was like, oh, this right here. To this significant program is part of a bipartisan infrastructure law, bipartisan, aka you can't really say it was from the left or the right. It was bipartisan, an equal effort to make sure these guys had infrastructure, aka most likely cell towers and all this good stuff in these rural areas. But what's the word of the day? Bipartisan. Okay, I'm done. I guess as it gets late, I do get a bit goofy. My bad. I'm sorry. Let's keep it going.
That everyone in the world should celebrate. Yes.
President Trump has been behind the decision not to allow members of the PLO and the PA to come.
Feel bad. Before I read your super chat, just know I'm scared to read your super chat. But all right. What do a Make-A-Wish kid and milk have in common? An expiration date. That's my last one, I swear. Bro, take this man to jail. Like,
emotional damage.
Like, bro.
For the United Nations, given that it's always been the norm that people who are part of official delegations get the right to come to the US.
Well, I would let the Secretary of State comment more on it, but I mean, very straightforwardly, we've been very clear when it comes to our visa system that we are going to take all necessary steps to prevent our visa system from being used by individuals who may support or espouse terrorism or terrorist activity. Yes.
Sorry, ask you about visa for foreign journalists.
Oh, sorry. No, I already answered that question. Yes.
Okay. So
how confident is the White House that you can permanently nominate a CDC director that sort of balances the vaccine stance of Kennedy with someone that could pass the Senate?
Well, as we know, I mean, so we'll find an incredible nominee. I'm not worried about that at all. But it's a good opportunity to talk about the CDC issue more broadly. As we know, the CDC's credibility was shattered during the COVID era. This is now widely understood and widely acknowledged. And CDC used to be, of course, or seen widely around the world as a premier health agency. And much of the world discovered in the last few years that CDC was actually staffed by a lot of very partisan, very political bureaucrats who weren't at all concerned about public health and weren't actually very knowledgeable about public health. And we are working hard. And more importantly, Secretary Kennedy, one of the world's foremost voices.
No. You were still wrong. Because remember, you said it was Dems. Remember exactly what you said, my friend. Remember, be responsible for what you say. You said Dems. And then, you know what? I went ahead and did a little bit more research for you. I went ahead and looked up when it was founded. It was a bipartisan thing done under the Infrastructure Act under Biden, right? $42 billion. And it was a purpose to fund broadband infrastructure development, planning, and adoption to ensure all, not just rural Americans, all Americans have access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet, especially in underserved and underdeserved communities. All. So not just in rural areas. I mean, they're pumping enough for other areas as well. Dedicated to the $42 billion dedicated to the program. Eligible recipients, all 50 states, all of them, even the ones you wouldn't even consider having that much rural areas, all. But did Dems help rural areas get internet like you claimed? No, actually. Like I said, it was a bipartisan effort. So it wasn't Democrats who was helping you guys get it. And then it was all Americans to help build infrastructure in all areas to give all Americans access to high-speed internet. But there you go. I mean, like I said, you're trying to act like Dems was like the saving grace of the rural areas. I mean, y'all can't even save your own cities from high crime. But okay.
Advocates and experts on public health is working hard to restore the credibility and the integrity of CDC as a scientific organization committed to the scientific method and getting to the root causes of the public health epidemic in this country. You know, there's one chronic illness after another where we have seen incidences and rates in the Western world in general, in America in particular, skyrocket over recent decades and years, both childhood illnesses and adult illnesses. And we know that the drivers of these chronic illnesses are things that can be explained both through environmental factors, both through pharmacological factors, as well as other things that impact public health and well-being. But there has been no serious effort until Secretary Kennedy came along to deal with these systemic root drivers of chronic health. And it's an honor to be able to work with Secretary Kennedy as he tackles these issues on behalf of President Trump.
Does the president have any hesitancies about any of Secretary Kennedy's actions or leadership?
Secretary Kennedy has been a crown jewel of this administration, who's working tirelessly to improve public health for all Americans, and again, to deal with the drivers of the chronic health crisis in this country.
Will the new CDC director be more aligned with President, with Kennedy?
Sorry, over here, yes.
Thank you. At what point do you expect the crime operation in D.C. to end, taking into account that 30-day limit on federation police force?
So it's a great question. So first of all, we appreciate the comments from the mayor acknowledging how profound a difference President Trump's leadership has made in reducing crime and violence in the city. And I can say on a personal level, as somebody who has lived in this area for 2 decades, the transformation has been breathtaking. And we hear every day from members of the community, but particularly from longtime members of the community and native Washingtonians, been here for many years, in some cases whose families have been here for many years, that they're just overflowing with gratitude at how safe and clean the city has become, and how the parks are open again, and the sidewalks are clean again, and they're not worried about getting shot or mugged or carjacked. The president has the authority under both that statute as well as inherent Article 2 authorities to maintain control of the federal and local policing in the city for as long as he may desire. But at a more fundamental level, the key point is that this is the capital city of the United States, and the president is going to do whatever is necessary in order to ensure that the capital is the safest big city in the country. And of course, we want all cities to be the safest that they could possibly be. But here right now in the nation's capital, this is a historic effort to transform our nation's capital into something that is the envy of the world in terms of beauty, in terms of safety, in terms of community. And it really is a wonderful thing to watch that happening. But there are a lot of deep systemic challenges we have to overcome. There are scores of organized street crews in the city that are comprised of career criminals that are engaged in narcotics trafficking and weapons trafficking and organized gang violence that represent a severe, acute public safety threat to the city. And we have DEA, FBI, ATF, and every federal law enforcement agency working to root out the chronic gang violence in this community and liberate the city for the people.
And actually, I got something else that I have to actually prove wrong. Well, and now that I look at it, because there was actually other times that these rural areas was given funds to pretty much get their broadband or their Wi-Fi up to date to urban areas. So Trump did it in 2020. We had, I think Obama did it in 2011. And then we had this program right here, Rural Utility Services, part of the USDA. This program provided loans and grants for rural area broadband for many years. So you're pretty much taking credit for something that was established before the infrastructure bill. That's pretty much what we're saying here. It's like, yeah, you pretty much just did what was being done since the Obama administration, actually for many years. Yeah, since, yes, the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Federal Commission Communications, or the Federal Communication Commission, yeah, they've been doing this for years. And yes, even Trump also did it too in 2020. So you can, like I said, it was a bipartisan thing to help rural areas out with their, internet services. It's not just a Dem thing. So, the Dems aren't the saviors that you think they are. But okay. I think I'd improved my point enough. I think I'm beating a dead horse now.
People who live here. And it really is. It's an extraordinary thing that is happening right now. Nowhere in the history of our country has such a dramatic improvement been made in such a short time, but this is just beginning. And so I guess just to restate what I was saying to you, and I'm spending more time on this because it's so important. The president's authorities under the Home Rule Act, under the Constitution, are clear in terms of his ability to direct and control public safety in the city. But even more important than the questions about specific legal authorities is the fact that as president of the United States, he will not relent, and he will use every authority and tool at his disposal to ensure that the capital city of the United States is safe for all Americans. And we will never waver, and he will never waver from fulfilling that mission. And again, the gratitude and the appreciation that we've seen from the residents of this community has been really one of the more amazing things I've seen in my time here serving in the White House. But again, this is just the very beginning.
Have you talked about the Insurrection Act?
Just time for
Goalpost.
time for two more questions. Yes.
How do we interpret this U.S. naval buildup around Venezuela? Is it drug cartels? Is it putting pressure on?
It's putting pressure on both the drug cartels and Venezuela at the same time. Man, I mean, let's be honest. But bro, you had gig. No, I never said the rural areas had gig internet. I pretty much said that the Dems just didn't give the rural areas like internet. It's like, oh, it was all the Dems. What you said, your claim was the Dems. If you just said the government helped rural areas get faster internet, then you're right. But you said the Dems as if it's only a partisan issue, but it was a bipartisan issue. That's where you're moving the goalposts now. I never said that. There you go. Like I said, bro, when y'all can't win an argument, y'all just move the goalposts.
Or both, and what?
I'm going to be very clear. The president has said from, well, actually going back to the campaign, and then from day one of this presidency and the early executive orders, criminal cartels in this hemisphere are foreign terrorist organizations.
They are.
That present a clear and present danger to the American people. There are no organizations on this planet that are responsible for more dead Americans than the criminal cartels, the narco traffickers that are operating in the Western Hemisphere. And so the president has been clear in saying that the mission of the United States military includes the defense of the nation against these foreign terrorist organizations and criminal cartels. And so what you are seeing is the resolve of the president of the United States military to combat and dismantle drug trafficking organizations, criminal cartels, and these foreign terrorist organizations in our hemisphere.
On Russia, even the president has said or raised concerns that Putin may be tapping him along. How is that not a concern now, considering that things just seem to be stalled a bit? I mean, seems to be no progress between Putin and Zelensky's meeting. Is there any concern of being tapped?
I don't think I have anything to add to what I've said already on the subject, which is that President Trump, since he came into this office, has made it his highest priority in the national security space to deliver peace, security, and stability in the world. He's ended 7 wars in 7 months. He's been very clear in his public statements about his priority in ending the killing in Ukraine. We're not a combatant to this war, or in this war, we're not a party to this war. This is a humanitarian concern about the mass death that's taking place, as well as, of course, the ever-present risks of escalation and spiraling. And I think, like all Americans, I'm endlessly grateful that we have a president who is so committed to stopping violence, stopping killing, and making the world a safe place for the future. And that's something that fills me with pride every single day. Time for one last question.
What are your plans for Chicago? What are your plans for Chicago from this administration? And have you had a direct conversation with the president about invoking the Insurrection Act for Chicago or any American city?
Well, great question. No updates on Chicago. So as soon as I have some, I'll be glad to give them to you. The president's been clear in his public statements on that, but I will just take the privilege of the question as an opportunity to reiterate once again, this administration is committed to the eradication of organized street violence in the United States of America as one of our top public safety objectives. There's no place for organized street violence in America, whether it be from homegrown crews of street thugs or whether it be from foreign criminal cartels operating on our soil. Every American city should be safe and free from this organized, horrific bloody street violence that we have tolerated for too long. The Democrat Party as an institution at every level, its judges, its lawyers, its community activists, and its politicians exist to serve these criminal thugs. We see it here in DC. We talk to the cops. They say, we're not allowed to arrest anybody. And then when we do arrest somebody, then they're immediately bailed out. They're immediately released. They're immediately set free. We arrest them again. They're back on the street again. And what do? They kill, they attack, they rob, they rape. Why would we put up with this? Right? These are society destroyers. This is a simple choice. You either side with civilization or you side with anarchy and violence. And so President Trump is proud to be using federal law enforcement and our National Guard to make this city safe and peaceful for Americans. And he stands ready to help and assist any community that wishes to be liberated from these criminal elements that are such a dire threat to the freedom and tranquility of the American people. Thank you.
Man. I mean, I don't get why y'all hate Stephen Miller so much. I never understood it. All he does is stand on immigration policy. But hey, anytime you guys see some white guy standing up for the law, I mean, he's a racist and he's talking about the immigrants. So, yep, he's a racist. But all right, though, let's get into Trump blasts cities over crime.
First of all, gun violence in schools, that's a crime. And every American city would agree that they need help with gun violence. But when President Trump says he's cracking down on crime, whether cities want the help or not, how does he plan to tackle that specifically? Listen, we've been covering the president's focus on sending National Guard troops and federal agents to Democratic, Black-led cities.
Jeez.
And right now, it's D.C. But the president...
It's been around forever, even before the infrastructure bill. The infrastructure bill, only thing that it did was give more funding to an already existing program. A program that already existed, and you're trying to say that Dems took credit for it. Well, which one under Biden? Well, under Trump, it was also funded as well, but you don't talk about that. And guess what? You were trying to say that Trump cut funding to it. He didn't. He did not. He messed with the policies in there. And that's pretty much it. But he did not cut no funding to that program that's giving internet or expediting internet, high-speed internet to rural areas. So like I said, you don't really know what you talk about, and you're kind of working off the TDS, my friend. But it's all good, though. It's all good. You can keep trying.
It says his sights set on Chicago next. There's a debate over whether that's something Chicagoans want, and we'll talk about both sides of that in a bit. But to start, I wanted to ask this. Should the president instead turn his attention to something else? Because right now in Minneapolis, there's a community in a lot of pain. Children were killed in a shooting that targeted a mass at a Catholic school. That was a crime. One of at least 284 crimes of its kind, nearly 300 mass shootings so far this year. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive. This was the 44th school shooting of the year. That is a stunning number. And objectively, it's worth federal attention. So why did the president, who wants to end crime in the White House and also the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, why did the president, who wants to end crime, cancel millions of dollars in public safety grants, including money meant for gun violence prevention? Chicago is seeing a significant reduction in violent crime. But city and state leaders fear that...
What does gun violence prevention look like? I'm a bit confused, because when criminals commit crimes, they're not going to gun violence prevention classes. I mean, if you think that teaching people gun safety is going to prevent violent crimes, I mean, you guys sound like idiots.
Blocking that money could actually fuel crime there. And it's not the kind of help that state leaders say they need or want.
So if that's the kind of help that they are offering, we don't want it. If they want to help, release the $800 million of violence prevention funding that's owed to the state of Illinois.
There's a lot to talk about. And joining us today, Leo Smith, the former Minority Engagement Director for the GOP here in Georgia, Kasim Reed, the former mayor of Atlanta, and Jason Jolly, senior editor at Bossip. Welcome to you, gentlemen. And Mr. Mayor, let me start with you. Brandon Johnson, mayor of Chicago, is clear he doesn't want this. Yes. The governor of Illinois says they don't want this. He calls it an invasion if they come into Chicago.
Yeah, but the people of Chicago will call it liberation. So I know it's like the politician who hasn't done anything about the crime there is calling it an invasion, but the people are going like, no, we need it.
is the strategy from a mayoral position? What does he do? How does he prepare?
Well, I think the strategy is to keep your team focused on reducing crime. As you well know, and as you've talked about on this show, the crime trend in major cities is declining in double digits.
Cool. That doesn't make sense, bruh. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't been in the hood. Y'all ain't been in the hood, bro. Do you think when my gangbanger friend goes out there and get a gun, you think he went out? You think the guy who sold him that gun said, "Hold on, bro, before I sell you this gun illegally, can we take a psych test? I want to get your psychiatric evaluation before I sell you this gun because I don't want you to go do something crazy with it." Like, do you hear yourself, dog? When I say how criminals get guns, the people who actually perpetrate the crime with the guns, you think they go through these means? Like, you guys are acting like everybody's law-abiding citizens. Like, take off the rosy-colored glasses, bro. Take off the rosy-colored glasses, my man. Like, please look at the world for what it is. You sit here and saying, "Oh, it involves regular renewals of licenses." You think these niggas get licenses when they carry their guns, the AK-47, they big ass guns? You think they got licenses? Bro, really? Bro, god damn it, bro. Y'all don't know. Man. Y'all don't know anything outside y'all liberal bubbles sometimes. I love y'all, but bro, come on now. Come on. You think that's going to stop the gangbangers, the hoodlums from getting guns? You think that's going to stop the homeless man who's desperate to get something off you? Do you think that's going to stop him? Come on now. Like a more stringent psychiatric assessment, like, really, you think when these guys who are working in the black market to sell arms to these gang members and all that, you think they're going like, "Hey, bro, can you take this quick psychiatric assessment real quick before I sell this? Like, if I just give you all these hundreds of guns to terrorize the city, can you please just take the test?" It would be nice. I mean, that'd be a great world, bro, but that's not what we live in. It's more about, do you have that money, and then I'll give you the guns, regardless of what your mental state is. I mean, you could be twitching, but as long as you got $100K in your pocket to get by all these guns, I don't care. You could be twitching with eyeliner on, and you could be a whole male with a wig on, and you look all kerfuffled and all that wild stuff. It don't matter. It don't matter. It does not matter, my friend. So yes. Like, you guys kind of make it. You guys are preventing citizens from protecting themselves. You're making it harder for the law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. That's all you're doing.
So the mayors who've been attacked have put forth impressive results, both in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and certainly in Chicago. So these are the people who are tasked with getting the job done every single day. The trends are moving in the
The NRA is not selling guns out here on the streets. This is not the NRA, bro. Trust me.
right direction. And rather than being able to
focus
on policing and reducing gun violence.
Trust me, I wish it was the NRA. Then we know who doors to kick in. We know who to attack on this, but it's not the NRA. Trust me, it's a lot of people, a lot. And it's a black market, and it's arms dealing.
Now being attacked by the president of the United States and being used as a publicity stunt to distract from other issues, because none of them want this help. And at the same time, in the budget bill that was passed, dollars that would have gone to cities and states to reduce violent crime were cut to provide tax benefits to the wealthiest Americans.
Leo, the mayor says this is a publicity stunt. What do you think?
Well, I think there's certainly showmanship happening here with this presidency. I think we all know that. But is also he made a campaign promise that he would do these things, and we're seeing the results of an election unfold, unfortunately. The other thing is we do have to deal with the reality, and I think collaboration is a reality that we must embrace. And
This is no. If you want the violence to stop, you have to advocate for some serious law enforcement. You got to get rough with these guys first, and then you bring in the social services to prevent further young people from turning into these adults who are committing crime at such a such a proliferated rate. Okay. So yeah, that's how you do it. You got to get hard on them first, soft on them later. You can't be soft on them now and expect them to turn out right. That's not how it works. You got to start out with the heavy hand, the heavy backhand. You got to put your hand on these. Okay, I'm done. But you get what I'm saying, though. You get what I'm saying. You got to start off hard. You got to get the police, you got to get the National Reserves out there, rough up those gang members, lock them up, show these kids this is what happens when you go down this lifestyle. We lock your ass up. And then you bring in the social workers to work with the family, try to get these kids in better programs to avoid this gang lifestyle. Then you come in with the light hand. But you got to start off heavy. You got to put your hand down.
And so the mayors like Mayor Bowser in DC, the idea of acknowledging what is real and then saying, I want to do this and more, is the right approach, I think, as we look forward to a president who is going to execute in the way he says he's going to do. This isn't going to stop.
Well, the interesting part to me is that when you talk to doctors, sociologists, people who actually study this issue, most of the things that they will say first that prevents crime is actually addressing the needs of the people. Economics, education, housing, healthcare. These are the type of things that can help bring down crime in any city. So it's interesting to me that he's choosing to go this route with the showmanship, with the National Guard, with the troops, as opposed to rolling out policies that can actually address the actual issues that cause the crime in the first place. Putting troops on the street and over policing is not necessarily going to be a deterrent for the type of change that a lot of people are looking for.
So the president says that crime reduction is the goal, but CNN's analysis of the first couple of weeks, and I'm talking of DC, of the takeover.
You know, it's great. Somebody said community policing. And you know what? In the way you're thinking about it, I probably disagree, but you're onto something. You're onto something, actually. But you would have to allow for certain black groups to be militiaed up, or really in any high crime neighborhood, you know, a small section of guys allowed to militia up, kick in the doors of the trap houses, or all the money laundering going on, or all the drugs and the guns are being sold. Yeah, I mean, you got to allow the people who are in the neighborhood to do so. If that's what you're talking about, community policing, and you're going to have to get ready to see citizens have gunfights with the law, with the criminal, I would say, yeah, with the criminal citizens in the streets. It's literally what you'd have to see by, and this is what we mean by what? Community policing. It would have to get real. Like, we'd have to literally be law enforcement, because we'd have to actually start shooting back at these guys, because they got guns to shoot back at us. They got guns to shoot back at police, and they already do. So, I mean, if you're talking about community policing without it being like a full-on militia, then I ain't gonna lie, you pussyfooting it.
There saw a moderate reduction in crime, but a more than 10-fold increase of the arrest of people who are in the country illegally. Is this just an immigration effort dressed up in the rhetoric of anti-crime?
Well, if it is, it's very successful, because certainly increasing arrests would suggest that you are actually being effective at dealing with issues on the street. And yes, Americans voted for Donald Trump to do something about illegal immigration. And so that group of people, half of America, that said yes to Donald Trump's leadership, want to see these things happen.
But his approval rating on immigration has dropped consistently as the country has watched how he's executing this mass deportation. Let me show you some more numbers here. This is from an AP NORC poll, and I'm going to come to you, Mr. Mayor, on this. 81% of adults say that there is a major problem in big cities of crime. 68% of Democrats, 72% of independents, 96% of Republicans in the poll taken a few weeks into the president, this pivot now.
Says there's a major problem in large cities. I mean, yeah, if you're an adult, you're being honest. There's a problem in these inner cities ran by Democrats. There's a problem. And 68, still a majority independents. I mean, thank you, independents. And of course, Republicans, we're going to agree overwhelmingly, of course. Especially for the Republicans that are unfortunate to live in these inner cities. Well, not unfortunate. Not all inner cities are bad. Like I live in Columbus. It's not that bad. Of course, we have higher crime than the Republican city, like what, maybe 40 minutes down the highway, but it's not as bad as Cleveland or Cincinnati.
To crime. His rating, if we show here, let's go to the next graphic. His rating on
don't spew that lie when you got 80% of it. This is CNN though, and this is CNN. This ain't Fox News. This is CNN telling y'all that the consensus of America is saying, even Democrats are saying that, yeah, there's a problem in these cities. Y'all want to be over here, want to low-key shuck and jive for these people, want to tap dance for the Democrats. I know. That's going to hurt y'all feelings a bit. But yes, y'all want to sit there and tap dance and shake y'all ass in a circle for the Democrats. I want to sit there and deny the voice of the American people. Like, that's tough, guys. Like, look at it. I want y'all to look at this. 81% of adults Democrats 68%, Independents 72%, Republicans 96%. You can damn near ignore the Republicans. Don't even look at the Republicans. Ignore us for now, and just focus on the U.S. adults, Democrats, and Independents. Like, ignore us for once.
His rating, if we show here, let's go to the next graphic. His rating on approval of crime is higher.
Yeah, I know. I mean, isn't that crazy to live exactly where you guys are trying to say there's no crime at, and I live exactly where there's a high concentration of crime at, but you're trying to tell me about blue cities? I know. Didn't I just expose your arrogance right there and then? I know, right? Of course I'm going to complain about blue cities because I'm complaining about it because I'm on the ground, unlike you Dems. I know. Isn't that like, bro, geez, you kind of made yourself look like a jackass right there. No offense.
Among all those groups, and he's doing better on crime than his overall approval
Literally
rating.
speaking from the ground. It's like I'm speaking from the ground, literally telling y'all what's going on. I'm speaking from the ground. Some of the stuff I tell you happened in my city too. So I'm literally speaking for y'all from the ground. Y'all trying to tell me what's going on in these cities? The arrogance.
On the economy, his approval rating on immigration, Russia, Ukraine. And so is this, same question to you, immigration isn't working for him, so now let's just say crime and go in and continue mass deportation?
Well, Victor, here's what I think. I think the Republican base, a large part of it operates and has a need for issues that generate anger and energy. And so I think the president moves from issue to issue to try to generate anger. And so you look at a general crime issue, but factually in the cities, these leaders have been doing a strong job in delivering double-digit decreases. But this machine is going to be fed. So he moves from issue to issue to issue to feed the base. And by attacking cities with Black leaders, it's consistent with,
because these Black leaders are failing their people in the Black community. They're failing their community, which are Black people. I know it'd be the worst. It'd be your own kind. But yes, it's the Black leaders failing the people in the Black community. I mean, Umar Johnson. I mean, look what he did with that school. Look what these mayors have high crime. Look, they're literally, their constituents are mostly Black people, and they're completely failing them. Like, it's like the worst thing.
Feeding the base. So whether it's attacking a Black woman at the Federal Reserve, removing Secret Service protection for Kamala Harris, which we'll discuss later, attacking Barack Obama, the machine of anger that drives the party right now has to be fed. And I think he's feeding it. And I think the American public needs to know that.
And I would add to that Trump's policies in a lot of ways in regards to the fueling that anger, it's kind of like someone who starts a fire and then goes to grab a fire extinguisher. You've caused a problem. You've taken away things. You've taken away funding. You've taken away things that could actually, again, address these issues. And then you send in troops and say, well, I'm the one who can fix this problem.
Leo, to you,
address these issues.
The focus on
the issues haven't been properly addressed then, my friend.
On gun violence. The president calls some of these cities killing fields. There was a mass.
Chicago is definitely a killing field, though. Like, let's be real. And in the summertime, a lot of these inner cities turn into killing fields.
Shooting in Minneapolis this week. 2 children died. Many others were injured. But as Republicans focus on mental health as an issue,
right now,
the president this year also canceled $1 billion that already had been approved by Congress and signed into law by the previous president to send in counselors, to send in psychologists to focus on gun violence in schools. How do you do both and say, I'm going to fight gun violence, but stop the investment on the mental health element that Republicans talk so much about as fueling some of these shootings?
Well, the president has clearly made a statement, and even globally, when he said about his Middle East compadres that I'm not here to change their hearts. He is not a sociologist. He's not a psychologist. He's not operating like that. He's doing big stick politics. I'm going to hit you in the way that gets the most immediate reaction. And so therefore, he doesn't have a heart for society. And it's clear that he never.
No, I don't think y'all have a heart for society. Y'all just don't give a damn. It's just y'all so anti-Trump, you're willing to ignore the cries of your people. I mean, shoot, I'll go ahead and I'll expose it right here. No, man, let's go to the homicide report of my own goddamn city of Columbus. Shout out Columbus. But let's go down to it, because let me show y'all something. I want y'all to go to the homicide reports and look up the address of which these happen at, and they're all, well, of course, Democratic ran and very hood areas, like Hood, Butler, Hood. Linville, mega hood. I mean, that's the mega hood. I mean, you walk down there, you're gonna get robbed. It just happens. Linwood Ave, mega hood. Fountain Lane, Champion. Hey. Oh, well, that's actually kind of close to me. Ew. But, and yeah, mostly in the hood. And wait, oh man, no, it's mostly black. It's mostly what I like to say, crackheads, but mostly black victims. I guarantee you, I click on most of these right now, it's going to be black victims every single time. Actually, most of them are Cameron Moore, Shaquan Walker, Joseph Sooner, Rachel Price, Raekwon Kilgore, Brian Moores, Anthony Johnson. I mean, yeah, but y'all want to talk to me about crime in these blue cities. Okay. I mean, hey, it gets real out here, and that's why I always have my foot on the gas about this stuff, because I know it's real and I see it every day. But hey, though, y'all want to act like y'all want to say I don't know what I'm talking about, but like I said, I see it every day. And the list, this list, it grows. Probably about like every week. I'll say probably it gets like 3-4 new names.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start the program by hearing from a tolerant, loving, and inclusive lefty.
But let's go to something lighter, though. As you see with lefties losing it, let's go to something a little bit lighter.
Who is calling on her fellow lefties to shoot their political opponents? No, really, that's what she's saying. And yes, she's got those crazy eyes.
Okay, guys, so I would like to start a new movement called CMAGA, because people like that respond to fear and terror and aggression, not logic and empathy and, I don't know, intelligence. It doesn't work for them. So
that's tough.
Works. So
No
if
empathy,
we
no
all
intelligence.
get our guns and use our Second Amendment right and our common sense. At this point, this administration is begging us to rise up and revolt.
Huh?
You see somebody with a MAGA hat? Pew, pew.
Whoa, hold on, sis. I thought you was about to say we're about to storm the Capitol on some January 6th shit, but you know what? Well, damn, what we do to y'all? It's like, yo, what did we do? It's like, this is that insurrectionist attitude. This is that Civil War attitude that the lefties have for us. And I'm just like, first off, y'all don't want those problems, because we actually have most of the guns. So y'all don't want those problems. And that's why y'all say y'all got to go buy them. I mean, we already got them. But to more serious matters, we would want to fight y'all anyway. Y'all are fellow Americans. Why would we want to kill you? We'll debate you. We'll even yell at y'all bastards, but we don't want to kill you, though. That's just ridiculous. Like, come on now. I want you guys to be alive. Like, outside of our political debates, yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys are pretty good people.
That's what we do.
Just imagine the echo chamber this lunatic exists in, that she thought it was a good idea to say this, to tape this, and then put it on the internet.
It's the only way. Put them back in their basements, make them scared again to be racist, homophobic, and terrible, just awful pieces of because I would way rather live next to immigrants than MAGA people. MAGA people deserve to be terrified and scared to walk in the streets, because they should know that real Americans are going to kill them.
What?
And if you thought that was
Are gonna
bad,
kill
she's
her.
now doubled down and is singing her death threats. I really think it's time to reopen the asylums,
All right.
all of them.
Yeah.
MAGA, pew pew MAGA, see MAGA, pew pew MAGA.
I mean, damn, now she like, bro, what?
Your ass going to jail. You jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You're going to jail.
MAGA, see MAGA, pew pew MAGA, pew pew MAGA, so these mother.
No, in all seriousness, somebody please show me a MAGA supporter that's doing this. Please, God, just show me one so this can be even. Let it be even. Just show me one, guys. Just go ahead and scour the internet and just show me one.
We're here to play. You
There
can't
gotta be
run
one.
around and with our neighbors. You can't be a homophobic piece. You can't just be generally. Oh.
I mean, you ever heard of the First Amendment, sweetheart? Like, damn, you ever heard about freedom of speech? But all right then.
I wonder if the authorities have caught up with her yet. Now, I think we need to hear from the opposite of whatever that was. Here is my gal, Sarah Gonzalez, and she had me worried here for just a second.
Oh my God, I am literally shaking right now. I just read the news that John Bolton's home was just raided by the FBI.
Yep.
We knew this was going to happen. At the exact same time it was being raided, Kash Patel posted on X, "No one is above the law." And I just want to make one thing really clear. I voted for this.
Isn't she fabulous? I love her. Now, one of the best ways
Hey,
to
that
handle
was funny.
lefties is to lampoon them, mock them till they cry, and then mock them for crying. We love works of satire like this.
We're gender fluid. You can only be allowed in our LGBTQWSTYZ community if you have pink, green, or blue hair. Stand up for our rights! We're gender fluid. When you join our community, you get a free septum piercing. Stand up for your rights, everyone!
Septum piercing is
Stand
crazy.
up! We're gender fluid. This tree misgendered me. Ah! It's literally genocide! We're gender fluid. We shout at people that misgender us even though we don't know our gender half the time. Stand up for your rights now! LGBT community!
Now, the era of the unfunny
Accurate.
comic is almost over. You know who I mean, the Hannah Gadsby types who inflict leftist lectures on their audiences rather than any laughs. That era is almost over, but not quite, because look at who's being celebrated in Edinburgh. Yes, it's a British comedian you've never heard of, trans comic Sam Nicresty. If only he was funny.
They really think they've got us nailed on sports. Oh, look at these trans women, they're so good at throwing, they've got an unfair physical advantage. I thought the whole point of sports was someone has an unfair physical advantage. No, it's not my scene, but is it someone's born with good knees and then they win, right?
Bro.
If I'm in a race with Usain Bolt, I'm not standing there like, well, this isn't fair, you can run faster than me. That's sports! One person wins! 99% of professional sports players are losers for a living, and I don't care who hears me say it.
Oh, okay. Well, he stood on it. He stood on that. Yeah, bro. That's not how it works. If you're a guy, you're gonna outcompete women, I would say 90% of the time. There's very few sports where we can like honestly compete with women on an equal level, like archery and all that good stuff, sure. But physical sports, nah. Mental sports, for sure. But physical sports, nope.
Yeah, that's as good as it got. And that act, that deeply unfunny therapy session, won the best comedy show at this year's Edinburgh Fringe.
It's not just a gender thing, because believe me, if I started playing women's rugby, those women would snap my spine. The subtext of these arguments when it comes to trans women is always the same. Men are pretending to be women in order to invade female-only spaces. Sports, prisons, toilets, lush. Always the same.
And y'all did do it. I mean, y'all did do it though. So like mission accomplished.
I don't get why like hack comedians hate them so much, taken to the airwaves to express their opprobrium at the gender-neutral toilet brigade. I thought hack comedians would love gender-neutral toilets.
About as funny as an ingrown toenail. Now let's check in on the Democrats in the great state of Florida. This next rep is having a little meltdown because Governor Ron DeSantis painted over a rainbow crossing.
No, that's wild. Hey, now I thought I was sexist sometimes. That was wild. He's like, bro, it's unfair to play tic-tac-toe with a female. Like, you know you're going to win. You know you're going to dominate your girl and Connect 4. Like, dog, come on. We got to give him some credit here. At least some.
Made it look like an actual crossing.
Hey everyone, it's Representative Ana Villascamani, and I'm here right now at the Pulse Rainbow Crosswalk that FDOT thought was appropriate to sneak into our community in the middle of the night and to totally erase. Who decided it was appropriate to erase an entire community here in Orlando. We're not going to let it stand. We're going to do everything we can to restore this crosswalk, but to also fight back against the extremism coming out of both the state of Florida and the White House.
Now, there is a divide in America. It's a divide between the cities and smaller towns. There's a divide between blue and red states and cities. If you want to see real America, then forget about LA and San Francisco or New York. Head south for a road trip through places like Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. It's a different country. It's practically a different world, a better one. And that's why so many New Yorkers and Californians and other blue state dwellers are fleeing to the red states. And here, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis explains his foolproof political strategy.
I actually do have a cheat code to be governor of Florida. I just look at what California and Illinois and New York, but particularly California, I look what they're doing, and I just do the opposite. And that works out very well. They allow homeless to take over major cities. We don't do that in Florida. They are a sanctuary state. They give illegal aliens benefits and invite them in. We do the opposite.
But as Ron DeSantis explains, the lunacy and reckless leftist policies of blue states still impact the whole country.
They issued a commercial driver's license to an illegal alien who didn't speak English, worked for a California company, and he ended up killing 3 people in Florida recently, and we're now holding him accountable. But their policies are not only been bad for California, they are spilling over into other states, and has been very, very destructive.
Get ready to lose some functioning brain cells, because we're going to bring you some diabolically dumb takes from the dim-witted left, starting with Don Lemon. You remember him? He was sacked by CNN after 17 years of the network. That followed accusations of misogyny and misbehavior. And then there were his terrible ratings. Then he was sacked by Elon Musk after a disastrous interview, but he's still out there spewing his terrible takes, often race-based takes. Here he claims you cannot be black and be MAGA. Just listen to this and marvel at how a man this divorced from reality was able to be a network anchor for so long.
It's the same thing that when I see not all black Republicans, but I see a black MAGA person who is carrying Donald Trump's water and they know that he's lying. It is the shortest line to the front. Because if you're black and you're whatever, you're just in line with a bunch of other Democrats that are doing the same thing that you're doing. But if you become a black MAGA person, it's like, whoa, let's book this person, let's put him on television.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA person?
I just said, I don't think that. I just said, I think there can be sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere black Republican?
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be black and be a rational MAGA person. I think you can be black and be a Republican.
I think
and this is why, this is a lot of reason why you Dems lose people. This condescending attitude gotta go. The condescendingness of just saying, well, they just can't be rational because they're MAGA. I mean, you didn't even hear out their arguments. And here's the thing. This man has been cooked by MAGA all the time on a lot of things he's said, on a lot of stances he took. And here's the thing. He don't debate nobody. He debates nobody outside of his bubble. Actually, I don't even ever seen Don Lemon ever do a debate because he just thinks he's better than everybody. And that's the problem with these Dems. They just have a narcissism that comes with the ideology. Or they have a moral grandstanding. They just think they're more morally correct than you because, well, they have these liberal standings, or I'll say these leftist positions. So, yeah, it's a supremacy off their liberal ideology. It's kind of sick. And then they kind of get mad at white supremacists when they practice the same supremacy they do, thinking that they're better than you because of the way they, think or their ideology.
Be black and be.
I mean, damn, y'all went from color to political to policies. Well, what to politics? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's called regressive tolerance, guys. You might want to look into it.
National MAGA person. I think you can be black and be a Republican.
I think they would find that very insulting.
Well, I mean, the truth is often insulting.
The truth is often insulting, and the truth is Don Lemon is a race-baiting simpleton who managed to foul his way up at CNN.
I mean, yeah, that's why I did lose a good percentage. Y'all did lose some of the black community doing that. Well, I'm gonna be real with you, condescending crap. You just pretty much say, well, if you're wearing a MAGA hat, well, then you're just not a rational human being and all that good stuff. And I'm like, okay, then. Okay, y'all just lost that guy forever. You lost about hundreds, thousands of more black men doing that stuff. I mean, I've been outside the Democratic Party for a while. even even during the Trump administration, that's where I was seeing my way out of it, because I was like, okay, yeah, you guys are fear mongering for no reason. Things are actually turning out not perfect, but pretty well, and it's been nothing but a fear mongering campaign, as if the world was falling apart. And then the world actually started falling apart under Biden, and nobody wanted to say shit about it. That's when I just knew. I was like, okay, yeah, you Dems are crazy. And I'm not all of you, but there is some of you that did hold water for the Biden administration, no matter what that man did, no matter what. Y'all see me disagree with this man Trump on multiple of things, but I can never get y'all to disagree with anything the Democrats do.
Even they had enough of his nonsense. As well as being a certifiable clown, he is also hugely ineffective. Here he is on CNN explaining how he campaigned for Kamala Harris by going around telling black men in battleground states that they were essentially dumb if they supported Trump.
I went from battleground state to battleground state. When they invited me to the convention, I didn't just want to fly there. I said, I'm gonna go and talk to voters in battleground states, and I did. It was not curated. I went up to people just doing man on the street. Who are you going to vote for? Black men. And time after time after time, they said, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Why?
Now, their reasons why. They said, because most of the time they said, well, for economic reasons.
Yeah.
Right? Or because he gave me a stimulus check, and I had to correct them over.
I mean, that was that was the hood N-word response. I'm sorry, but the hood N-word response was that, yeah, man, Trump hooked us up with the stimmies, man. Everybody, we was all good. But then the educated black man will tell you that, yeah, for economic reasons, we were doing way better under Trump. Wages were good. Inflation was stagnant. It was at that 1.8, 2.2%. And then all of a sudden, Biden comes in, everything flips on his head. So just from the case study of it, all right, things under Trump economically ran better than things were under Biden. That was just a fact. I mean, and then especially when it comes to these inner cities, like they'll even tell you that, well, crime was a bit better under Trump than it was under Biden, and immigration was more handled under Trump than it was under Biden. So when you guys come fail on all these levels, what do you expect? Like what? We were not supposed to have common sense? We're not supposed to be able to deliberate between two resumes. We look at them, we're just like, yeah, this guy did pretty bad, and this guy was actually good. Yeah, let's go ahead and put him back in office. It's like really common sense. Like you kind of look at the two, you see which one did better. You're going like, yeah, things are better under this guy. Let's go ahead and put him back in. I mean, that's y'all fault for sucking so bad. Like it's not our fault. It's y'all fault. Y'all should have did better. Y'all should have chose a better candidate, or y'all should have forced Biden out sooner. Y'all might have had a chance then, but y'all didn't.
Over and over.
Can't believe that didn't work out. But old mate Don is not alone in being hopelessly out of touch, hopelessly clueless about real people and what motivates them. Let's hear now from two awfuls, affluent white female lefties, former NBC and CBS host Katie Couric and an alleged historian, Heather Cox Richardson. Here she claims that Donald Trump is suffering cognitive decline. Not Joe Biden, but Donald Trump.
Katie, the man is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He really is. And that to me is, everybody's like,
the ego knows no bounds.
No, the ego has never known any bounds, but the ego used to be anchored at least in a brain that could finish a sentence, and it's not there anymore. I promise you, I watched this man a lot, and I'm not a doctor. I'm telling you, if he were in my family, we would be looking at care.
Bro.
Remember when Katie Couric had some credibility? Me neither. The way these people lie is just shameless, gross. Let's check in on how President Trump is doing. One thing is for sure, he is the funniest president we've ever had.
He didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged again.
Should have gotten it.
This
Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
nobody will show up.
People with
What's true? Nobody shows up to his rally.
he said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
It's amazing.
I mentioned food stamps, and that guy who's seriously overweight went crazy.
By the way, I don't like this mic. Whoever the hell brought this mic system, don't be the son of a to put it in, I'll tell you. These people. No, this mic is terrible. Stupid mic keeps popping. Do you hear that, George? Don't pay him. Don't pay him. You know, I believe in paying. But when somebody does a bad job, like this stupid mic, you shouldn't pay the best, sir.
I'm weak.
As I said, he's the funniest president we'll ever have.
Man.
Now, we love nothing more than mocking the dangerously delusional left, and it doesn't get...
You know what? You never know. You never know. Somebody might come around and top Trump, because I ain't gonna lie. Trump then opened up a lot of avenues in politics where people can be a little bit more reckless with their speech.
much more delusional and dim-witted.
I mean, bro, we got politicians cussing now. These guys are cussing on national television. So, yeah, everybody's getting a bit more reckless with their speech because of Trump.
Then a member of the LGBTQIA++ community cheering for Palestine. They've been doing it for years now, and the levels of idiocy are only increasing. Listen to this clown giving a shout out to what he calls trans Palestinians.
I want to give a special shout out to all the queer and trans Palestinians. Not only are we honored to have you as part of our community, but Palestine is the moral compass of the world.
Palestine is the moral compass of the world. So the moral compass of the world is virulently anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-everything LGBTQIA. You don't have...
Yeah, I know. But let's be real, though. If we're going to talk about Palestine, let's talk about Israel and Dan Crenshaw's support for Israel. It being made fun of by Nick Fuentes. Funny clip of the night. Let's get into it. This was hilarious. All right.
Arg, I'm Dan Crenshaw. Can you please respect Israel? Can you please respect the Jewish state in the Middle East? Or you walk the plank? Can you please support a war in Iran? Arg. There be treasure. There be treasure in Israel. There be treasure at AIPAC. Arg. Hi.
All right, that was funny. But all right. Shout out Nick Fuentes.
To worry about pronouns in Gaza or the West Bank, you have to worry about staying alive. No rooftop parties, but the turkeys in the West keep cheering for Christmas. That was the UK, Manchester. And here is another turkey cheering for Christmas in song.
And this song is written for Palestine, and here you have it. We are raiding the rubber.
Oh, yeah, this trans pro-Palestinian protester. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro gotta be paid. Bro gotta be paid. But you know what, man? Let's get over to AI Trump and what he has to say about transgender people. And I do have to mention this is AI because this was beautifully done AI. I almost believed it when I seen it. I was like, ain't no way. It just sounded like something the man would say. Like, bro, don't tell me this don't sound like something Trump would do.
My fellow Americans, enough is enough. We need to call a spade a spade. Trans people don't exist. Let me say it again. Trans people do not exist. I can tape a stick on a horse's head, but that doesn't make it a unicorn. It's a horse, folks. Total horse. These are deeply disturbed individuals who have been manipulated by liars and psychopaths in positions of influence. They are on mind drugs, very powerful, and they're all addicted to porn. Porno is what some people call it, I believe. Very destructive to the mind and spirit is pornography.
I mean, AI Trump ain't lying, though. AI Trump is not lying. Perfect example.
That is enough of that. Thank you. I told you 5 seconds only. The producers have gone rogue. Let's hear from this young lass who thinks Trump and RFK want to put her in a concentration camp. Try to follow this logic if you can.
Well, I'm autistic and bisexual, and
I don't want to be put on a registry, and I don't want my data to be used illegally by RFK, and I don't want to be shipped off to a health farm by RFK that he's going
A
to...
health farm? Oh no, he said fat camp. Oh, he's going for the Fittler approach. Yes, the Fittler approach. So the Fittler approach is where we take all these fat bastards, people, and we're going to go push them in these fitness camps, aka slightly concentration camp, a little slightly concentrationist, without the gas chambers. Instead, you got like a pull-up bar park, or you got a calisthenics park in there. You're gonna be forced to, work out. If you don't want to work out, we're just gonna take you out back and put you in a ditch. Fittler camp.
Like he plans to put us all on, similar to I shouldn't say similar, it's a health farm version of the concentration camps in Alcatraz, and nobody deserves to be in concentration camps.
Now, so you're telling me I could send a fat person to a fat concentration camp, Fittler camp. We're going to call it Fittler camp. So I'm going to send this guy to Fittler camp, and then they're going to come back in shape? Fitness concentration camps might be a thing. I might be for it. That might be the one concentration camp that I'm for. Am I tripping? Or could this be a good thing? Of course, I'm playing. I'm just playing.
That's Nazi shit.
Now, let's see how the media covered the raid on warmonger and serial leaker John Bolton's house and how they covered the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Here is the ABC's John Cowell. See if you can detect the subtle difference.
So he sees this as an opportunity to, again, portray himself as the victim. This is classic Donald Trump. He spent most of his presidency portraying himself as a victim of the Russia investigation, certainly his impeachments. And now he's portraying himself as a victim of a runaway and politicized Department of Justice.
In a moment, we'll get to the stunning developments coming into the weekend, with FBI agents swarming around the home and office of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. But first, the context. This didn't happen in a vacuum. John Bolton is on a long list of Trump critics who are now facing the wrath of President Trump and his Justice Department.
Just shameless stuff from a shameless charlatan who has pushed every hoax from Russian collusion to the fine people lies in recent years. And thanks to Maze Moore for putting that content together. Let's look at CNN's treatment of the same news. Here is the thoroughly discredited Andrew McCabe before and after.
No, it's crazy. I could just see it now. You know what? Let me give you 1962. What was going on in 1962? Because this is what we need to do, but it needs to be forced at gunpoint. AK-47 to your back of your spine while you doing this stuff. Once again, I'm just playing. But hey man, you gotta stick. Hey man, I'm standing 10 toes with Fittler camp. Shout out to Fittler camp. Look, this is exactly what it's gonna look like. But imagine guys who are masked up with guns behind your back. Trust me, what's not a better motivation than your life to get in shape? Come on now. You can't give me a better motivation than that.
There is nothing, I think, more unfortunate than to have soft, chubby, fat-looking children who go to watch their school play basketball every Saturday and regard that as their week's exercise. I hope that all of you will join, and everybody in the United States, to make sure that our children participate fully in a vigorous...
See, but our kids ain't going like that no more. See, these kids, they have Xbox, PS5, TikTok, none of the distractions. So we're going to have to force this. We're going to have to force this. This may have to be, they might have to put their life on it. So there's the fair I say, go Fittler camp. People with masked up in AKs, making these kids get fit. And when they come out, they'll be better people. And they'll have a great story to tell. And they'll have plenty of character. Plenty of character through horror stories. All right, let's get back to it.
Remember that to get a search warrant in any case, whether it's you or I or the former president, you have to go before a federal judge and convince that judge that there is probable cause to believe both that a federal crime has been committed and that evidence of that crime is contained within the space you have described in your warrant request. So we have, in this situation, a federal judge who made that determination.
Now, that was the before. That was when Trump's property was raided, all very proper. But When Bolton was raided, well, this is clearly a case of political persecution. He was raided because he criticised the president, CNN claims.
We know that Mr. Bolton has said critical things about the
They were
president.
saying it was about
That's
damn
not
time.
illegal. That's not a crime. That's pretty squarely within your First Amendment right in this country. And in fact, you shouldn't be. You're not supposed to be. The Department of Justice and the FBI have all kinds of policies absolutely prohibiting investigating people for the exercise of their First Amendment rights. And so if that's what's going on here, and there's all kinds of reasons to believe that that might be the true motivation.
Let's begin with an important message from this young woman who probably doesn't identify as one.
Hey, I'm here and I'm genderqueer, and we all need to remember that free Gaza, trans rights are human rights.
God, I hope that's parody. Now to the Democrats, a love of criminals, gangbangers in the country illegally. They're now singing songs about this bizarro infatuation.
Kilmar is our neighbor. You can't have him, Trump. No! Kilmar is our neighbor. You can't have him, Trump.
It's quite catchy, isn't it? Let's check in on actor Alec Baldwin. He is taking a break from making humiliating videos with his weirdo wife to opine about Donald Trump tackling crime in DC. Apparently, taking on rampant crime is crazy.
What's going to happen next? Is Trump going to federalize the New York City Police Department? What's after that? Chicago, LA, Miami, Boston, and on and on. What's after that?
Man,
the NFL, the NBA.
Hey, oh, hold on, bro.
What did he say?
Bro, come on now. You go there. No, bro, you made it a little bit too racist. You start naming cities that have a high number of black people committing crime. Okay, we could take that. But then, like, all right, what's he's gonna go to? He's gonna start sending the National Guard into the NBA and the NFL. Bro, come on, bro. Tell us what you're really trying to say. Tell us what you're really trying to say. He said, you guys think it's racist that Trump is trying to solve crime in black communities with high crime, or these inner cities that have a lot of black people in it that commit a lot of crime. And not saying that all black people in these inner cities commit crime, but enough of them do that it's a problem. And here's the problem. The main problem is that it's black on black crime. And sometimes this black on black crime spills over into the rich areas, which now makes it a bigger problem. So yeah, come on, bro. Tell us what you're really talking about. Just be real. You're talking about black people. It's not about high crime. It's about black people and, their places of habitation being high crime. I'm sorry. Just be real with us. You ain't got to go get racist and start saying, he's about to start bringing the National Guard into the NFL and the NBA to what? Take out all the black people? Now you're stretching it. Now you sound ridiculous.
Them and take them over. All he wants to do is deflect from his inadequacy by these bold, insane moves. Take over DC police. It's not what I need. I don't need this DC police to be taken over. I don't. I need to get the tariffs over with. I need to get the war over with. I need to get the Gaza thing over with. And after that, we have something else we have to get over with.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, he looks more hobo than Hollywood these days. That is a deeply unhappy man. Now to CNN, where Tiffany Cross casually calls White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller a white supremacist. And shame on host Abby Phillips for not jumping in when this ugly...
Why is Stephen Miller a white supremacist again? Can somebody fill in the blank for me? Stephen Miller is a white supremacist because... can somebody fill in that blank?
The defamatory smear was used.
Really quickly, Abby, because anytime that we play something from Stephen Miller, it would be journalistic integrity to point out that he is a white supremacist and he is the brainchild behind this policy. That's not my opinion. That's actual fact.
Bro, but why? Why is he a white supremacist? You really got to break that down. Is he in a KKK? Is people in the KKK? Is he part of KKK himself? I mean, at least family got ties to the KKK. Bro, make it make sense for me, bro. Because when y'all say he's a white supremacist, I mean, That's a pretty wild charge right there. You got to make it make sense.
And for him to,
I mean, let's be real. They're all white supremacists. Then why stop the crime in black areas? Like, why care about inner cities when it's mostly black people doing crime on other black people and damn near exterminating each other? If they're such white supremacists, why stop that? Why even give a damn?
report lies from the Oval Office as a white supremacist.
Let's say this. If I hated white people when I was president and all these white areas had high crime and I just hated white people, I let these white people kill themselves because I hate them so much. It just makes sense, don't it? And of course, I don't hate white people, but I'm just saying.
I don't know. It should be pointed out.
Disgusting antics there from CNN. Hope he doesn't sue you, love, because you don't have a leg to stand on. And what weird behaviour for a white supremacist to be saving the lives of black folk in DC, because they are the biggest beneficiaries of the law and order crackdown.
Yeah, if you crack down on crime in Chicago, who benefits? The black community. Crack down crime on DC, the black community. If you came over here and cracked down crime in Cleveland, the black community. I mean, that's really benefits from this cracking down on crime. And all you guys fighting it, or you know what you're telling us in the black community? You're pretty much telling us, fuck us. Fuck us. We want y'all to live in the crime environment that we created for you. And we're going to just go ahead and degrade crimes. And we're going to pretend like we're doing something for you guys. While you guys live in complete perpetual, well, poverty. So, hey, you want us to live in perpetual crime and poverty? I guess we got to pretty much call you guys out. And that's what's been happening in Chicago. They've been calling that man out saying, bro, you gave money to immigrants. You let them flood our city that's already have high crime. Now there's more crime because of these guys. You give them money, and now you're over here pretty much trying to say that Trump can't come in here and clean this shit up? Okay.
Point that this next gentleman makes.
How come in the past 11 days since President Trump has federalized the DC Metro Police, no black individual has been unalived? There's a stat that says in the past 7 years in DC that black people are 112 times more likely to be unalived than white people. So if Black Lives Matter, the
our own kind,
Democrats, progressives,
by our own kind, because these criminals, the criminal mindset's a predator mindset. And the predator mindset is to go against those who are also in a vulnerable position. So they are less loud these days. They're more emboldened to even try to go out there in the rich areas and get something off. Like, yeah, they're more emboldened. But usually they try to go for more vulnerable communities, which means their own community. I know, right? Like, what was it? I think it was Jeffrey Dahmer. Who'd he go for? Vulnerable people that he could finesse into a hotel about $50, mainly being people black guys. There were, I think, a couple of them were black guys. I know one of those guys escaped.
How come you all are not celebrating that no black person has been unalived in the past 11 days in DC since Trump took over?
Yep, the biggest beneficiary of Trump cleaning up DC are the locals, even though more than 90% of them are Democrats. They are beginning to understand what a massive achievement it has been to tackle this problem head on.
Bro, when the gangbangers got to stay inside because they all got warrants or they're on probation doing BS. Yes, when all these guys got to stay inside because the feds are out, because the National Guard's out, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the hood for real. Like, you can literally ride through, play Ice Cube, today's a good day at that point. Like, why? Because you didn't have to use your AK. Okay. I guess I'm playing too much now. It's getting late, guys. You know, when I'm tired, I get a little goofy sometimes.
People don't understand how big of a deal this is because the Capitol is right there within like a 6 or 7 minute walk. And then also local residents, they did not like walking there, whether in the daytime or the evening. Some people would take taxis just to avoid any type of encounters. And people have been talking about cleaning this up for a decade.
I mean, bro, there are like neighborhoods in Cleveland where you don't stop at the light. Like, you're a dumbass to stop at a light because you might get robbed stopping at a light. Like, there's literally guys who risk their life just, fuck it, I'm not stopping this day, but I'm just going to run that light. Like, there's literally neighborhoods like that. There's some of them over here in Columbus, and that's because you can get away with running the light. And as well, they know, even the cops know, it's like, look, we're not even going to try to catch you up on that, because if you do, you might get robbed. So go ahead. If you're in this very high crime area, then just go ahead and just run that damn light. And God bless you.
And you mean to tell me President Trump hasn't even had control for 30 days and he cleaned it all up?
Yep, they've been talking about it for decades, but it took Trump to actually do it. Now, a little fact checking. Let's go to the mental health facility masquerading as a news organisation known as MSNBC. And inmate anchor Joe Scarborough thought he had a real gotcha here. When discussing violent crime in the US, he thought he could confuse his already dim-witted audience with some stats about Republican cities being more dangerous than Democrat strongholds. It's, of course, a massive lie, but when has that ever stopped MSNBC?
Man.
7, 8 of the top 10 deadliest cities in America. Big cities are usually in red states. If you look at, Gavin Newsom and the speaker sort of had a.
He's having trouble lying. Said he gotta look off into space. He can't even look the people in his eye when he's telling that lie. He's like, man, I gotta look away when I say this bullshit. All right, guys. So okay, let me. So yeah, these red states have the highest crime. It has nothing to do with the blue cities and the Democratic mayors. But yeah, just ignore all that, guys. Ignore all that. Ignore the blue cities and the Democratic mayors. Ignore that. And believe me when I say that these red states have more crime than Democratic states. Why? Look, don't think about that. Like, don't think about it. Don't ask why. Don't ask for no details. Just believe me.
Back and forth this weekend. Speaker Johnson's home state of Louisiana, 400 times more likely. You're 400 times more likely to be killed in Louisiana than you are in California. Certainly nothing you ever hear in the right-wing sort of blogosphere.
Yeah, you may not hear that among the right-wing joke because it's a pack of verifiable lies. Louisiana having a murder rate 400 times higher than California. Just a flat-out lie. You're either really, really bad at maths or you're lying. Take your pick. Now, if you want to know why Louisiana has a high crime rate, then you only need to look at the cities where the crime is happening.
Yep.
Are they Republican strongholds? Well, of course they're not. Surely Joe or Mika would mention that.
I mean, remember that one list that I brought up about Shreveport? Yeah, Shreveport, Louisiana. When somebody trying to, well, Republicans running it now, so it has a high crime, and that's why these red cities. No. That doesn't count as a red city. These guys had 4 or 5 Democratic mayors before that one Republican mayor came in 2022, and now they're trying to blame the crime on that guy. Is insane. But think about how bad those Democratic mayors had to do for that entire city to just go like, okay, yeah, we're done. We're going Republican. We're going Republican.
Important fact to their dwindling audience.
I did too much.
He's about to get specific here.
Specifically,
let me bring that back
of
up for you
being
guys.
killed or having violent crime done to you or your family member.
So we're talking about Louisiana, right? Right. All right, let's go to Louisiana. And let's go to one of the highest crime areas in Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana. So who we got in there now? This guy right here. Now, who we have in there last time? Hey, look. That guy. Now, what about the rest of them? Oh, this fat guy. What about this guy, Keith? Who are you, Keith? All right, ain't got no pictures on Keith. All right, whatever. But still a Democrat. So we're just going to ignore these 1, 2, 3, 4 Democratic leaders. And then we're just going to ignore all these guys and just blame all the crime on him. Crazy. That is crazy. See, and this is why I say it'd be the disingenuous, bro, it'd be the disingenuous arguments when they say that. It's like, really? But I would like you guys to show them every time they bring up a Republican mayor in a very high crime city. Look at the history. Look at the mayor list history. You'll kind of see what happened there. Like, yeah, don't you think the people kind of got tired of this poor leadership and they were just like, yeah, well, we're going Republican, guys. It's over. You guys have screwed up enough. And this was during the Biden administration. So this is what you guys actually lost. This was the midterms. Let you know how bad you were doing then.
It's so much higher. The percentages in Monroe, Louisiana, which is right by the speaker's district, Shreveport, Louisiana, which is in the speaker's district, New Orleans, Louisiana, which is in the speaker's home state.
Okay, let's do a little fact checking. So you mentioned 3 cities in Louisiana having terrible crime rates, terrible rates of violence. True, but are they Republican strongholds or Democrat cities? Just because the state is Republican doesn't mean the big cities are. Indeed, America's biggest
Why
cities
not?
have
Let's do
become
that too.
dominated by the Democrats, and it shows. He mentioned New Orleans, well, terrible crime rate and terribly run by Democrats, not Republicans, Joe. Less than 35% of New Orleans voted for Trump last year, and New Orleans has been Democrat-run for more than 100 years. How are you blaming Republicans for that?
Oh, she ain't lying. Holy crap. I mean, I'm still going down. I'm like, bro, we in 1929 and we still Democratic. I mean, bro, look, Democrat. Here we go. So even the day of John T. Moore, we're going down. This is New Orleans, guys. Like Democrat. Like all through the 60s, 70s. Here we are. This is her now. And back then, Democrat. Who else? Democrat. Back then, another Democrat. I mean, Democrat. And this is New Orleans, guys. This is New Orleans, Louisiana. Democrat. All the way back to the 30s. Democrat. All the way up to now. Democrat. And you had some pretty long. And they served the whole 8 years every time. These guys served the whole 8 years every time, damn near. Yep. 8 years every time. They had their full term and did not turn a damn thing around. Full term. Still a high crime city. But it's our fault, though. Because we're in a red state, Republican governor, it's our fault. No accountability whatsoever.
Indeed, the last Republican mayor was elected in 1870. As for the other 2 cities he named there, well, they too have suffered from Democrat rule. Monroe is over 60% black, and only last year they elected an independent mayor after decades of Democrat rule. The only Republican-led city named there by Joe is Shreveport, but that mayor was only elected in 2022 after decades of continuous Democrat rule.
Which I just showed you was Shreveport. It was just that one guy, and then it had like 4 other Democrats before that guy, and we're just going to ignore the fact that maybe the people of Shreveport was tired of these Democrats effing up crime, and now they finally got a Republican, and they're like, okay, let's see where this goes. They had to try something new because obviously the Democratic Party wasn't working.
But the MSNBC misinformation didn't end there. Listen to Joe name more Democrat-run cities that he says are proof that Republicans are bad at law and order.
Little Rock, Arkansas, home of course, Tom Cotton and some very conservative governor. Bessemer, Alabama, right there in Birmingham. Again, what's Tommy Tuberville doing? Why is crime so bad?
Little Rock.
Do I really need to do Little Rock, Arkansas as well? Because that's what I'm saying. They're being very disingenuous with their argument. It's like you would think that these guys would sit there and be like, Little Rock, Arkansas. All right. So let's not just look at the governor. Let's look at the person who actually has hands on the ground, who actually has authority over that entire city. It is a black Democrat. I know, right? And I know it be your own people failing you sometimes. It's effed up, but it is what it is. It is what it is. That's what I mean. We need to go in a new direction when it comes to black leadership in our community, because these Democrats have been, they've been selling us down the goddamn river, bro. We just keep voting them in for some strange, very strange reason that I will never understand. I personally won't understand it, but hey, man, you guys can keep on going. You keep on going on that plantation thinking that the days are going to get better and the cold nights are going to get warmer, but they won't. They won't.
Arkansas and Bessemer, Alabama. They're his 2 Trump cards. Little problem there, Joe. Arkansas, my home state, maybe Republican, but Little Rock is very much Democrat. Yep, see how red and beautiful Arkansas is, but then you have those 2 blue Democrat strongholds next to each other, Little Rock and...
I know, this is exactly how Ohio looks. It's like, bro, the places with the highest crime, blue. It's like, man, I almost want to show y'all. It's actually pretty damn sad. But yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Blue, high crime, blue, high crime. You know what? They might even have high crime over here for all we know. Because if it's blue, it's most likely some high crime going on.
Pine Bluff, where all the crime happens. Joe Scarborough seriously mentioned Little Rock as an example of a Republican-run town, a town which is hasn't had a Republican mayor since the 1950s. That just leaves Bessemer, Alabama, and guess what? It's another Democrat-led city. The current mayor serving a 4th term, so we give Joe Scarborough and MSNBC 5 Pinocchios there.
Damn. And I was just looking at the history, still a Democrat. But all right, now let's get into something here. I fell for it too. Yep. Let's get right here. Probably last video of the night, guys. And guys, make sure you guys support the stream by sending in $2 and up with a question, comment, joke, or disagreement. Appreciate the support, by the way, but we're probably going to end out on this one right here. All right, guys, let's go.
President Trump wants to prosecute people who burn the American flag. AI is making us dumber. And Chris Christie battles Donald Trump in a war featuring the people's choice for president, Donald Trump. And more on this week's America Uncovered headline. Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. I just want to say thank you all for leaving an American flag emoji in the comments. It's been a huge help with engagement and YouTube's algorithm. Just be careful not to leave a fire emoji next to the American flag emoji. That could get you into trouble. President Trump signed an executive order calling for the prosecution of those who burn the American flag.
Burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month.
You know what? I remember me and Monty was having this argument, and he was saying freedom of speech and all this good stuff. But I was like, here's the thing, though. I know we're for speech that you can't incite a riot. You can't incite violence either with your expression of speech. And I didn't say this to Monty first because honestly, I didn't think about it until Monty said it himself, where he said, well, if somebody burns a flag in front of me, I'm going to whoop their ass. And I'm just like, okay, then yeah, that's why maybe burning the flag should be a crime, because it could incite violence upon somebody, unexpected violence, because maybe, you know, somebody might have died for that flag. Somebody holds a real value in that flag and you're burning it and they feel like you're burning their values and they go attack you for that. So wouldn't that kind of be along the lines of, you know, inciting violence? So maybe that's why you shouldn't burn an American flag. Burn a piece of paper to have the American flag in it. Go print you an American piece of paper. Go print you a piece of paper, American-made paper on the American print the American flag on there and burn it. And you should be okay with that. You should be okay with getting your message across with that. But you burning an American flag, I mean, that could incite violence upon you. And that does go against, you know, the protection of free speech.
You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record.
Oh, no, not my record. The whole reason I started YouTube channels is because I wasn't able to get any other job because my principal in the 4th grade...
It's not illegal, but you can be a persecutor for it, apparently. But hey, I don't think this thing is going to really stand. I don't think it's really going to stand all that much. There's been arguments made about the burning of the flag long ago, and it was deemed that, hey, it is a part of the First Amendment. But I'm pretty sure Trump is going to have some new arguments now. But I'm just saying like this. Does it really have to be the rag? Can't you just get an American-made piece of paper and print the American flag on that and be happy?
Wrote me up.
Or do you really want to risk burning the American flag and somebody walking up, punching you in the face?
For chewing gum in class and put it on my permanent record. Felons have an easier time seeking employment than I did. Now, some of you are probably thinking,
I agree.
But Chris, isn't this executive order?
Dude, here's the thing. I agree burning the American flag in any form is wrong, but if one is going to be made illegal, or let's say if it was, let's say that this was made illegal, right? Let's say it went through the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court's like, okay, yeah, flag burning, not protected by the First Amendment no more. It's a crime like it is in most countries. But yeah. So what are you guys going to do? Wouldn't it just be better just to go ahead and burn it on a piece of paper instead of risking a year in jail just to what? Prove a point? Like, it's F America, right? So you want to burn the American flag. All right, cool. Burn it on a piece of paper. Do you have to burn the cloth? And then, I mean, somebody said, oh, if I buy it, it's my private property. Well, if you burn your private property in public and you want somebody to incite violence upon you, that's where I guess somebody can make an argument. Well, maybe this isn't protected by freedom of speech. Maybe.
Violation of the First Amendment? Since it was decided in a 5-4 decision in the 1989 Supreme Court case.
And if you're willing to get violent about somebody burning the American flag in front of you, you're kind of going into my point on what I'm saying, that maybe it isn't protected by freedom of speech, and there's people who will cause violence over it. I don't know. And I think, what was it? Like, there should be no speech that should incite violence. And if somebody burns their flag in front of you, that's going to incite you to be violent.
Texas v. Johnson, that burning the American flag is protected as free speech?
Not mine.
First of all, excellent job.
You ain't hurt my feelings. Like I said, I mean, you do what you do. You're not really going to hurt my feelings. I just know a lot of guys in my chat and a lot of American soldiers who would probably punch the teeth out your mouth if you do that in front of them. That's all I'm saying. Not me. I don't care. If you do it, I'm just going to walk the other way. But I'm just saying, there's some people who've admitted that they will get violent over it. And that's pretty much incitement of violence, which is not protected by freedom of speech. So I kind of see where they're going with this.
Knowing 36-year-old Supreme Court cases off the top of your head, you must be a terror at pub trivia. But second, what Trump was describing was what he'd like to see happen. Since executive orders aren't spells, he can't just cast them and magically make the Constitution disappear like he's Harry Potter. Even though he and J.K. Rowling probably have similar views on trans people. More on that in a bit. Burning the American flag, as distasteful as many might find it, is still protected as a form of free speech.
Yes, sir.
Unlike burning a pride flag, you bigot. But what Trump is calling for is for flag burning.
Really? Wait, really? 15 years in Iowa jail for burning a pride flag. U.S. judge has handed down a sentence of at least 15 years to a man who stole an LGBT pride flag from a church. All right, no. Come on now. Stolen property. It's stolen property at that point. You stole the property of a church and you burned it outside of a strip club. All right. First off, you know what? I'm not saying I completely condone the crime, but I 30% agree with the crime. 30%. Stealing, nah, not so much. But the burning of the LGBTQ flag, all right, I'm for it. In front of the strip club. So what? So you burned the LGBTQ flag, then you went into the strip club to go to throw dollars at some women. I mean, I'm all right with it.
Burning up
15 years in jail is crazy. I know me, he'd probably got it maybe like, come on, bro, he stole something. That's at least a good 3-5 years, but 15 is crazy.
Pride flag, you bigot. But what Trump is calling for is for flag burners to be prosecuted for crimes relating to burning the flag. As he explains in the order, the court has never held that American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action or that is an action amounting to fighting words is constitutionally protected.
Yeah, the court has never held that the American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawlessness. Yeah, I mean, some people in here are saying they're going to willing to hit you over that. Or it's an action among fighting words is constitutionally protected. I mean, fighting words is a little bit different. I don't know, man. Burning something that a lot of people lost their lives over, and then people are going to say, well, this is what they decided to lose their life for, the right to people to burn the flag that they lost their life over, you know? And I'm just, and people have that circular argument. I'll just sit there just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. If that was for the reason, they'd have probably just not died under the flag and died under something else. If burning the thing they died under was okay. But I mean, hey, I don't know. Some people don't really correlate that to the whole respecting of military service.
When you burn the American flag, it incites riots.
Not everybody does that.
At levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both ways.
So basically, he's arguing that while burning the flag itself is legal, it's kind of like a picture of Eazy-E. They put up his picture with silence because his identity by itself causes violence. Yeah, I bet you didn't suspect me of being an NWA fan, but back in the 80s, I can get enough of the National Wrestling Alliance.
I'm done.
So what's actually happening is Trump is suggesting measures to discourage flag burning, such as threatening visas and the citizenship status of immigrants, or prosecuting people who burn the flag for other state laws, such as burn restrictions or disorderly conduct. Whereas I am concerned about carbon emissions. We are not the same. Even some conservatives are upset about this, and of course, Democrats are furious as they would never suggest passing laws banning flag burning.
So I hope, Mr. President, that we can pass a law that criminalizes flag burning and desecration.
Yeah.
I agree that this burning, this desecration that can happen to our flag is
back when liberals were pro-American, the good old days.
Something that people have a right to ask this body to try to prohibit and prevent.
Here's the thing. That's the thing. Like, bro, a lot of people don't understand. I used to be a Dem, and this is back when Dems were standing on stuff like this. Like, I never really agreed with the burning the American flag, but I understood it was part of the First Amendment, even though it did confuse me a bit because, you know, they said express, vocalize, be able to gather, and all that good stuff. And I'm just like, well, you not being able to burn a flag, are you still able to say whatever you want? Yes. Are you still able to protest? Yes. But you just can't burn a flag in the middle of the street? I mean, are you still able to get your message across? You able to get your dissent across without burning a flag? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Wow.
Some people, I don't know. So I think some people is kind of stretching it a bit too far when they're saying, oh, it goes against our freedom of speech. I think when they say you can't talk about anything, that's when, or you can't talk about a certain thing, that's going against your freedom of speech. You not being able to burn the flag, I mean, you can still talk about how much you don't like America or why you want to burn an American flag, and you will not be prosecuted for that. But burning an American flag, though, somebody might put their hands on you. Not me, but somebody.
Ow. Was Hillary Clinton just trying to get rid of the First Amendment there? Did it have information on her or something? Speaking of actions raising First Amendment concerns, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he's instructing Texas schools to display the 10 Commandments in classrooms starting September 1st. This is in accordance with Texas Senate Bill 10 passed earlier this summer. Now, some of you are probably thinking, but Chris, isn't this law also a violation of the First Amendment, since it was decided in the 1980 Supreme Court case Stone v. Graham, where it was ruled 5-4 that a Kentucky...
How? Like, please somebody explain to me, how is burning the flag restricting me from my freedom of speech? Like, let's just say I did have a problem with America and I just want to say F America. I could just sit there on camera like I can't do right now and just vocalize that, be very vociferous about it, and just say what I mean. I don't got to sit there and burn a flag. I could just sit there and just torch America verbally all day, but I don't. But if I wanted to, I could. And I think it would be more effective than burn the American flag. I burn the American flag. Somebody said it says 1,000 words. No, it don't. It don't. All it says is just F America. That's it. That's all you're saying. It's actually a really simplistic sentence. Not 1,000 words. 1,000 words would be you getting on camera, you explaining yourself on why you feel like you want to burn the American flag, make your point, and then sure, go ahead and do it. I respect that more than just putting it on the ground and burning it and saying, oh, it's 1,000 words. Like, no, you saying 1,000 words is 1,000 words. You burning a flag is like one sentence.
Statute to hang the 10 Commandments in classrooms violated the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which is the foundation of separating the church and state. First of all, seriously, could you please join my pub trivia team? We'd be unbeatable. And second, yeah, a judge ruled Texas can't put up the 10 Commandments in certain school districts' classrooms while a lawsuit makes its way through the courts. As a matter of fact, Texas is the third state this year to get into court battles over schools displaying the 10 Commandments, along with Louisiana and Arkansas. Many also want the 10 Commandments to be displayed in federal buildings, which isn't the worst idea, since Ken Paxton could have used a reminder to not commit adultery, allegedly. Now, the First Amendment is pretty clear about creating a separation of church and state, but proponents for hanging the 10 Commandments in classrooms counter this by saying the 10 Commandments are intertwined with U.S. history.
10 Commandments displays are constitutional because they fit within the tradition of publicly recognizing the role of religion in our nation's history.
But the 10 Commandments aren't the only ideological symbol people are trying to prevent being hung in classrooms. There's also pride flags. Several states have passed laws banning pride flags in schools and public buildings. And one judge in Denver ruled against a father who wanted to hang a straight pride flag in his child's classroom. Without Googling it, I just assume a straight pride flag is the Monster Energy logo over a pair of Crocs.
Man.
And after the break,
a straight
AI is
pride
making
flag?
our ability to think less good.
Yep.
Welcome back. A new MIT study revealed that relying on AI like ChatGPT may be eroding people's critical thinking skills. It's hard to argue against that.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't ask ChatGPT questions back. Like, they don't even try to challenge what ChatGPT is saying. Like, well, look, all the time, I always challenge ChatGPT. Even when it's telling me what I want to hear, I'd be like, all right, well, what if the opposite is true? Like, please tell me, well, what if this and that? Like, I always kind of make ChatGPT try to double down on its answer. A lot of people who type in that prompt and they take whatever ChatGPT say word for word. And they think that ChatGPT can't, like, kind of slightly misinform them, because when you put in your prompt, you're not really asking direct questions most of the time. And ChatGPT try to give you the most broadest answer possible if you're not answering direct questions.
Not just because our critical thinking skills are crumbling faster than Chinese infrastructure. There's evidence everywhere, such as the fact that this X post from The Economist about this exact story has a grammar mistake in it. I can't tell if this is brilliant meta satire or we're already cooked. But this isn't to say AI is inherently evil. People said that radio, TV, and the internet were all going to make us stupider. Heck, Thomas Jefferson said novels were a great obstacle to a good education. Plato said writing would be the death of memory. And Julius Caesar said, ow, ow, quit stabbing me. Which is unrelated to this, but I bet he wasn't a fan of this painting.
Damn.
As much as comment sections might lead you to believe that people are getting dumber, it's also possible that's just a window for how dumb we've always been. Speaking of things that make you fear the future, it's time for another edition of What the Heck's Going On in Europe? You may have seen this viral video of a 12-year-old girl in Dundee, Scotland, friggin' double-wielding a knife and an axe at a man filming her and her 14-year-old sister. The girl was charged for brandishing the bladed weapons. This led to outrage, with many people online claiming that the man filming her was a creep who was trying to assault the children. Art has been made of the girl, who's being hailed as a folk hero. Claims have been made that the person filming the video attacked and put another 13-year-old girl in the hospital. Now, sure, I couldn't find any confirmation of that, but if you saw it on the internet, it has to be true. And it's easy to believe, as the UK has been accused of helping grooming gangs thrive by not cracking down on them harshly enough.
True.
And a grooming gang was even caught and convicted in this very city of Dundee. However, Scottish police have issued a misinformation warning over this girl's arrest. According to the police, the couple filming the video were Bulgarian and were allegedly approached by the children first, which is also easy to believe since Scotland has an issue with youth gangs who carry knives. And the Daily Mail interviewed the man who filmed the video, 21-year-old Fatos Ali Dumana, who's been in the UK for 4 years. He was with his wife at the time of the incident. He claims the girls accosted them, shouting expletives and calling them migrants, and CCTV footage from a nearby shop proved this, which is why the girl was charged. So, like most things on the internet, it depends on who you believe. The only thing we can be sure about in the story, and in life in general, is that no matter their age, never, ever mess with a Scot.
Not for
2
real.
children were killed and 17 others were injured at a mass shooting at a Minneapolis Catholic school. I know I kind of just jumped into the story, but there really isn't a lighthearted segue you can make into child murder. The shooter, who took their own life, was a 23-year-old trans woman. They scrawled a series of messages all over their weapon that were anti-Trump, anti-Christian, and racist, and they even expressed admiration for other mass shooters, including Sandy Hooks. While everyone wants to make this shooting about a bigger thing like gun control or trans people, I just want to stay focused on mourning the victims of an evil psychopath. Call me old-fashioned, but I think sometimes humanity should take priority over trying to score political points.
Yeah.
God, after that last story, I feel like we need to lighten the mood. I know, Jeffrey Epstein. Audio from Ghislaine Maxwell's interview with the Department of Justice was released.
And it did not go into Dems' favor.
The most notable information to come out of the 6 hours of audio are her claims that Jeffrey Epstein didn't keep a client list and her seeming total exoneration of President Trump.
I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate.
The worst part, though, she did say, oh, no, the president wasn't doing some inappropriate things and all that. He didn't got a massage at here, in this location. Oh, yeah, y'all believe Ghislaine then. Y'all definitely believed her then.
With anybody, in the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
She even said she always liked him and admired his extraordinary achievement in becoming president. As someone who's fluent in...
And she admitted she had a thing for JFK, which was hilarious.
Buttering up This translates to, please give me a pardon. I can't last another day in this minimum security Texas prison I was transferred to after the interview. They don't even sous vide their steaks. I had to eat it pan-seared in butter like an animal. Now, take the word of a convicted sex trafficking co-conspirator with a grain of salt. Obviously, not everyone believes her. One of the people who's skeptical is America Uncovered's officially endorsed 2024 and now 2028 presidential candidate Chris Christie, who's happy to eat steak no matter how it's cooked. In an interview with ABC, Christie says he doesn't believe Trump did anything illegal with Epstein, but also doesn't believe Maxwell is someone that should be believed. Christie also commented on the FBI raiding the home and office of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton, which is allegedly linked to a probe into Bolton allegedly sending classified documents to his family while still working for the White House.
Hey, yo.
Bolton, who looks like if the KFC guy was a colonel of the Salvation Army, was once a Trump ally, now a staunch Trump critic, which isn't that surprising since during his first term, Trump's White House had more turnovers than an Arby's. Despite this, Vice President J.D. Vance says this raid isn't politically motivated, but Christie doesn't seem to necessarily believe that.
During the 2024 campaign, he told you he was going to do this, that he was going to have a Justice Department that acted as his.
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it here, guys. Let's make sure we double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Don't worry, guys. I'll be back later on today because I still owe you a show for missing Saturday, so don't worry. I got you. Anyway, guys, this is Set with Set Media, and I'll catch you later on in the afternoon. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace, guys. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored, and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is Set, and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.